Are we back? I think we're back. What happened there? Where did the stream go? More importantly, where did OBS go? That's not good. That's kind of bad. Oh jeez. All right. Hang on. Hang on. I'm a little worried now. I'm a little worried now about why that happened. D message. Okay. Why did OBS die? Some buffer error. Oh, okay, that's on the CD drive. Don't care. Don't care. Yeah, like it didn't like OBS just kind of closed by itself, which worries me. Worries me a lot. And yeah, I don't know. I was like anyway, I don't know exactly when the stream stopped. I just realized when it's like, oh, we're down to 0 viewers. That's odd. And then attributing it to the game, and then I realized, oh, there's no OBS. That could be a problem. So anyway, we'll scoot back. We'll scoot back to where we were. So yeah, we've got this horrible gopher here that had made a nickname for themselves. And yeah, we've got all these little activities, fun activities to enjoy. So let's focus on the ones that the bug reports say have problems. Like garage is fine, workshop is fine. Actually, let's try the working ones. Actually, I've changed my mind. So where's the garage? This looks like a garage.
Big action garage. Building cars is go-terrific! If you want me to help you build cars, click on Gear Up with Gotcha Gopher. If you want to build cars alone, just click on Gear Up by myself.
Okay. No offense. I wanna.
Gear up, good buddy.
I work better.
Right here till you're done.
I work better alone.
Click on the buttons below to choose the roof, body, wheels, and gadgets you want to use to build your car.
You're being awfully prescriptive for...
on the traffic light. And if you want to print a picture of your car, just click on the print button.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, well, alright, so we get to... Get to do some kind of, automotive chop shop? Oh, okay. Get a nice variety of styles. Actually, I want the octopus. Okay, so we'll say the octopus. Octopus roof. Yeah, we'll have the carrot. Yeah, okay, stop hand. Oh, which is the one which has, yeah, it's got cheese. We'll get 2 cheese wheels. And then, put a giant clown horn. And, yeah, some eyes. There we go. That's nice. And,
Excellent job!
horrifying. What have we done? I don't know what the purpose of this is for.
Dynamite! I could really go for a car like that!
Alright, well... just having... Yep, no issues in the console. Now, what happens if I click print? That's probably going to... Oh, okay. Interesting. So it introduces like a white background, and then it... Oh, I see. Oh god, alright, so there is a screen extra called, screen util, and one of the things it tries to do is copy the screen to the clipboard. And then... then after that it tries to call, I think like the print extra, and that's not working. But I mean, it doesn't fail in a bad way, so I'm calling that sorted. Do I want to see what happens when we let this guy at the top? Yeah, okay. I may regret my decision. Huh? What happened there? Feels like we should be hearing some speech. Okay, so we just gotta make a vehicle which matches this. I don't see any Okay, and then
Magnificent! A super duper high powered V8 Deluxe!
yeah, because there's no error in the console of not being able to find like an audio cast member, so I'm not sure if we were actually meant to hear frigging Gopher telling us to do things or not.
Okay, let's build another crazy contraption.
Okay, that sounded like an order. Yeah, right. Let's call that done. What was that? Hang on. If we go back to the garage just for a second.
Big action garage.
Like, there's some kind of effect that's meant to be happening down here. What's this? Why is it suddenly kind of morphed into, like, this seems like a bug. This seems very odd.
Big action garage.
Draw all. And then if I click this, Chan? Okay, what have we got? We've got... Yeah, it's like it's switching to a cast member, but not the correct one. Oh, right, interesting. So there's... It would be good if we could, like, tell what that cast member down the bottom left is. I'm just having a look now at the positioning, because it looks like it is kind of off the left-hand side of the screen a bit, which should be visible in the... I mean, we've got channel 1, which contains, like, the background with most of the stuff on it. We have... channel 48, which is this smug git down here. Oh, right, interesting. Okay, so I think that the bottom left is meant to be channel 47, which is meant to be... Okay, let's test a hypothesis. So if I continue and I go back to the menu and we go back to here,
Big action garage.
this is going to be, yeah, cast member 6. So Chan. So like if we look down here, we can see that like bottom left is castlib2, which I'm guessing is some kind of like shared resources cast library. But when we click it, it gets set to something that's from castlib1, which contains all the car parts in it, because castlib1 is whatever movie that we're currently in, whereas I think so I think that what's happening here is that we've got some lingo code which is setting channel 47 to something, and we're handling that wrong. We're not including the library, or it's making a bad call. So I think we should probably debug that. So debug flag enable lingo exec. Hey Arvenla, it's good to see that the stream isn't completely broken after before. Let's do that. And if we do this, then immediately click on that. And switch back to mouse down, which I think must be the handler that we're using. Okay, how about 47? Because it was channel 47. Yeah, okay, so we've got this thing here, which is like set the entity sprite 47 cast num 7. And the trouble there is that it is meant to be setting it to number 7, but it is setting it to castlib 1. Sorry, quick update where we're looking at. We are currently looking at Fisher-Price Learning in Toyland, which is a Director 5 game, which some Victor v Victoria has put together like quite a good bug, or like a playthrough report, and it seems like it's mostly good. So we're currently going through that now and trying to fix up any kind of residual issues. And like the one issue that we've noticed is that when you click one of the buttons down on here, it's meant to be using cast library number 2, which contains all the shared assets, but it is in fact using cast library number, it's defaulting to cast library number 1, which contains all these car parts rather than the button, which is not good. But what is the actual script? Okay, so it's B, 1B. Okay, no, it gets the cast number from entity number 6. Then it assigns it to that variable. And then it reassigns it after adding 1 to it. Okay, that makes sense. So I think that like the issue here is that set the entity with cast number is yeah, okay. Arvenla says, did you get around to fix the duplicate handler? You're gonna have to give me some more context. I'm not kind of sure what you're talking about. But I think that this... yeah. Actually, I shouldn't be using this. I've got a separate damn screen for this. So we've got set the entity. It's currently cast num. So we've got the cast num, we've got the member num, which then just sets... Interesting, okay, so it just sets the member number, which... that seems like it should be fine. Like, it's just setting... it's not setting the cast library. So I'm not sure where that is being introduced. Where's the first mention of 47? After all this. Oh, called undefined... okay, so in the bug report, is it? Okay, no, we haven't got up to the color... we haven't got up to the coloring table yet. So that's going to be its own thing. We're currently just checking out the garage, which mostly works except for this. All right, what do we got? So it gets channel 47, assigns that to myClick. It then gets the cast number out of that, sure. It then pushes, yep, installs it in mycast, gets that. It then adds one to it, and then it assigns it here. Okay, so I'm going to put a breakpoint here in this, oh, hang on, set the entity. Actually it's set the sprite, isn't it? Okay, so it's in set the sprite. And then we set the cast num, the member num. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I was looking in the wrong spot. God, alright. Yeah, I see. Okay. I get it. So, yeah, our logic in here is not great. So what we should be doing is going if d is numeric, we'll go cast ID equals cast member ID, d as int, sprite cast lib. Setting just the numerical, setting the cast ID as a number will preserve whatever is in cast lib. I think that's right. Yeah, okay. That seems like it should sort that out. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. It's because I threw away my tree. That's why it has to rebuild everything. That's okay. But we'll just get rid of that. Load this again.
Well, Big action
Okay.
garage. Building cars is go
Yep.
go-for-rific.
You're just
If you
saying
want me to
words.
help you build cars,
Nope. There we go. Button is fixed.
Big action garage.
Okay, good. So we'll just quickly make a commit for that. Fix changing preserve cast library when changing sprite cast ID. Fixes buttons in Fisher Price. Is
Whoa!
learning in Toyland, that's it. Fixes and press. Okay, so garage is done. All-in-one workshop, I think is what we're gonna have to look at next. Which is the all-in-one workshop?
Three-in-one creativity table.
Oh no, this one I know is
Your
broken.
imagination run wild.
Oh, whatever. We'll do the creativity table.
Hiya, Van Gogh here. Ready to be artists and create wonderful masterpieces? Magnifique! Choose a painting and a drawing, or building blocks, or the crafts.
Don't patronize me. Okay, so an issue that was reported, there were several issues reported with this one, I think. So, we've got coloring, building blocks, and crafts. Coloring. Crashes ScummVM with the errors below. Okay, so this is the one which has the undefined handler. So we'll see what's going on here. So, turning on debug mode. And I guess we just click the crayons.
Painting and drawing. That's picturific. Click on the picture you'd like to color. Or click on the crayon button to create your own masterpiece.
Okay. I think we're gonna pick... Let's pick the cat having a fun time.
Now listen as Van Gogh tells
Oh, I
you the instructions.
don't want to listen. I know how to paint.
Follow the directions in the order they appear on the screen. Color 1 cat orange. Color 4 fish red.
That's it. This is how you do art, kids. It's by following instructions exactly. So, I'm gonna... Oh, and there we go. We were rewarded by picking a color by the game crashing. Okay, this is... oh, interesting. It's like an array problem. Okay, so we'll switch back out of this. So what do we got? Built-in getout did not return value. So, index out of bounds, 1 of 0. Interesting. So what is this doing here? It's... So it's got what looks to be like a bunch of bounding boxes for these paint pots down here. I'm guessing that's what these like list of coordinates are. So like 84 by 402 would be about here, etc, etc. So I'm guessing it's using that to like in the click handler to figure out if we are... Oh, there we go, yeah. So it's like, it's getting each of the coordinates, it's putting it into variables of some description. It's then, okay, counting the colors, something like that. Oh, right, okay. Pixel instruction list. So it's doing that. It's then pushing this variable current to the stack. And then it tries doing get at. But that's a problem because if we look at the variables and we go all the way to pixel instruction list, we can see that it's empty. It's got some nothing. Big old goose egg worth of things in it. So why is it trying to get the first element from that? So potentially it's just like the handler not being called in the right order. Hang on. What's the... Yeah, okay, so this is all happening in a mouse down handler. And current is... Weird. Okay, so the, like... What is setting current? It's like a lot of log spam from the end of frame handler. Okay, so exit frame here assigns current to 1. And then after that... Yeah, right. So that much, yeah, that much is just, it's just expecting it to be. So that looks pretty deliberate. So the question is like, is pixel instruction list meant to have something in it already? Or is there some other kind of branching dingus going on, which is causing this to mess up? Debug flag, enable imagery. Oh, did I do it too late? Oh, God. Yeah, one of the things I was working on before the stream was adding in the decompiler just to this view here, so I can more easily manipulate it on the command line. Did not get in time. Did not get that done in time. So that's not there, but... what movie is this? Paint.dir. That's alright, we'll use project arrays. So, games, director 5... Fisher Price Learning in Toyland. Project arrays. Decompile. Go here, dump scripts, run media, Toyland. Files? Hang on, info. Okay, files, paint.dir. Okay, and this was score script number 5. Okay, here's our mouse down script. Got a bunch of stuff going on, but it was trying to get pix instruction list. Oh, right, okay, because it's here. So... set temp to get at pix instruction list current. Like, I don't see how that's meant to be. Oh, okay. Of course, there's no iron pix and stir list. Yeah, so we've got like pix and stir list. Oh, set pix and stir list to duplicate INS. So that's the error that we were running into. So like duplicate. Uncaught linger error, call to undefined handler duplicate, dropping one as stack items. Okay, so clue is in fact in the description of the bug. Okay, so what is duplicate? Hang on. We're of course referring to the Linko Dictionary, a book from 1995 which documents every function that is in Director. Here we go. Duplicate. This function returns a copy of a list. It is useful for saving the current content of a list for later use. Nested lists are copied as lists with all their content duplicated. Okay. So I guess we don't have a function for that, which is kind of a problem. Hang on. Did I write this down in my big list of things that we needed to add? Yes. Okay. So let's add that now, shall we? That seems like a really, well, kind of straightforward thing to add to Director, so we may as well do that. So go Lingo built-ins, because that is what it is. So we've got math lists. I think we'll add it here in lists. So we'll go duplicate. That'll be the duplicate 500 because it's Director 5, and this is a function, so f built-in list. Oh, there's already an LB duplicate? Oh, for score. Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, because of cast ref stuff. Yep. So, okay, yep. Seven Van La have mentioned in the chat that B duplicate already exists, but it is a cast member function. This looks like it's a completely separate thing, which I think we're gonna have to go like duplicate list. So we're gonna give it a slight change here in C++ land. But I think that like this f built-in list means that it gets called only in the context when you pass a list as the first argument, I think. I may be misremembering that, but I'm pretty sure that's what that's for. So we'll give this, we'll try putting it here and see if that's enough. I'll of course have to add this to the header because this is, you know, C++, gotta write everything twice. Love writing things twice. And it will be, what? Delete prop. Void b duplicate list int nargs. Okay, and if I read this correctly, it supports recursion. So we're gonna have to write something that recurses. Yeah. No, Arvenline mentions, yeah, we've got this duplicate member instruction here, which is what the current B duplicate is about. But yeah, my understanding is that because it is flagged up here as a F, or, you know, whatever we put here is flagged as F built-in list, that means it'll take precedence when you pass a list in as the first argument. So it'll be kind of like a class member that's operating on the list. So I think that despite having two I think that despite having two names in the same, or you know, like two names that are the same, it will take precedence because it is being pulled from this list handler list. But we'll see. We'll see if that actually pans out. Duplicate. Sorry, but yeah, this is all very different code from this, so it makes sense to have two two functions. Nested lists of items themselves are copied as list with all their content duplicated. Okay, so we're actually, wait, does datum have a duplicate method? Or like a clone method? Yeah, that was helpful. That was real helpful. Okay, too many errors omitted. Thank you, Clang. Thank you for your service. Okay, we've got datum, all this crap here. Eval, as float, as int, as point, is okay, yeah, all this stuff. We don't really have a... We don't have a duplicate... We don't have like a clone. A clone operator, which, as distinct from a equality operator, would make a copy as best it could of a bunch of stuff. So I think maybe we'll do that. We'll try and do that. Like we'll put the actual meat of it in here, and then we can basically go g lingo push. Actually, yeah, type check. We'll type check 2 list pra list clone or list dot clone, and then the actual meat of it we will put in there. So we'll go do we put const at the end? I'm not sure what oh, like does const in C++ mean we don't mutate the variable that we got? I don't know. I'm going to put const in there just because it makes me feel more like a C++ programmer to do stuff like that. So we'll go as point, and we'll put it in after that. So we'll go datum clone const datum new. Sorry, datum results, and we'll go switch type return results. Is it in types? Where did the datum type? Okay. All of these we got to have an answer for. So we'll go case int okay, case float. I guess case string, because strings aren't, like, none of these things are mutable, are they? I don't think they are. Like, if it's not mutable, we shouldn't worry about it too much. And we'll just go result equals this. Oh wait, except we... Can we do that? Break. Defaults. Or maybe we should, yeah, like, maybe we should just kind of take as read that like refs and like we could like list all of these things. Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should list all these things. So array is definitely going to be its own case. P array is going to be its own case. Well, Alvinla says the documentation mentions that the new list is a reference to the old list. I mean, like, the docs here that I read says returns a copy of a list. It is useful for saving the current contents of a list for later use. Nested lists are copied as list with all their content duplicated. So, like, my reading of that is that you're creating a brand new deep copy of everything, as opposed to just keeping a reference of the list. I mean, we can check in the... Check in... when you assign a list to a variable, the variable contains a reference to the list, not the list itself. You can make an independent copy of the list by using the following structure. Okay. I'm kind of confused. Hang on. Windows. I don't understand, like, they've just described why we would, like, the main reason why we would have a function like duplicate is to do what they're essentially saying we should do down there. So I want a little bit more clarity about what is going on. So what? Set AX equals 1, 2, 3. Set BX equals duplicate AX. And then if I go set at AX 1, 5, put AX, put BX. Like that's what I would expect to happen. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm not. We just made an independent copy, so why they included this little thing down here is I'm not sure. It's very weird. But we'll just double check that we've got our skates on properly. So if we go get at AX3, put get at AX3, 4, 5, 6, okay. And then if I do set at AX, or get at AX3, 1, 9, put AX, yep, okay, put BX. Yeah, okay, so despite what they say down here, it's basically it's just a nested copy. So that's okay. That makes things easier. Yeah, I've changed my mind about wanting to include all of these things. It'll just make things more difficult to read. So we'll go result. Wait, how do we... hang on. I just want to make sure that I'm not reinventing the wheel here. How do we go? Type... Oh, okay. That's literally just how we do it. So, that's fine. Array... for... and that would be... Huh? Oh, r dot push back. Oh, okay, I did it in the wrong spot. Indirection requires pointer operand. Ah, there we go, okay. Yep. What was the Hey, Zephyrsnaga 3. This desktop environment is Arch Linux running Budgie Desktop. Yeah, so apologies for the mess. We have a lot of things open. We are currently trying to fix a bug in this child's game about painting a cat on the screen, and unfortunately, it relies on this method in Macromedia Director 5, which we do not have added in. So I am hastily cobbling together a scabby replacement here in NeoVim, which is the text editor. No, this is not a browser game. This is Fisher-Price Learning in Toyland, which is a multimedia game from like 1995, I think. Yeah, it's around then, like 95, 96. Ivan Lars says, what? You use Arch and you don't talk about it? How can that be? I was told every Arch Linux user can only talk about using Arch. Yeah, it's, well, you see, I had to have the piece of brain removed. But after that, it became quite easy to just be coy about what desktop environment that I'm using. That's fine. I really wish code completion would tell me like what type. Like, I like auto because auto is good, or you know, it saves me from having to like type a bunch of C++ spew. But kind of wish that hang on, there is another option, which is look at another part of the code which uses PRA, which has got to be somewhere, right? Somewhere has got to use PRA. How about par? Some place that uses par? Oh, right. Okay, no, it's literally just a okay. Push back. And then will that work? That doesn't seem like it would work. 'Cause stuff that gets pushed to like PRA, yeah, it's like a it's like a string. Well, what is the bug? Oh, okay. So essentially what happens, right, is that when you click a color down here in the paint box, there is a big list of coordinates that it uses for collision detection. So like each of these is like little bounding box. The scripting code, like the Lingo scripting code, tries to fetch what it thinks to be like the first entry in a list of instructions and stuff that it has. Unfortunately, a previous bit of the code has expected that, because like I think that like part of this game is that it gives you a list of order, like an order of, like you have to color the picture in a certain order, and it ensures that you are doing art correct by checking this other list that it has. Unfortunately, because we don't have this duplicate function, the target list is blank, which is obviously, and then so it goes, all right, what's the first thing in the list? And it crashes because there's nothing in there because it was unable to duplicate it. So hopefully by kind of adding in this clone function here, which as per this this documentation will do like a deep copy of the list, that part of the game should start working, maybe, if we're lucky. Push back. Okay, I give up. Hang on. What type is P array? Tell me about this. It's a property array. Really? Not going to tell me what property array is? That's a shame. Okay. P-cell? What's a P-cell? P-cell is... Oh, okay, no, that's defined in here. Okay, P-cell. Oh, it's toDatum. Okay, fine. Easy. Whatever. We can do that. P-cell. And I guess we've got v.clone and it p.clone. There we go. So that should be enough. Oh, Zippersnaga says, oh, those coloring games are nostalgic. I wish kids still play with these. I mean, I imagine that there's still kind of like, I mean, like when you think it's definitely kind of like moved more to iPads now, because that seems to be sort of the, you know, start of life / end of life device of choice. But yeah, it's I don't know, like part of the reason why we're kind of working with this stuff here is that games from like this era, like the Windows 3.1, Windows 95 era. Oh, great! There's a whole bunch of errors. They're not very accessible now because you need like a whole bunch of like emulators and experience. Whereas, I guess that's the nice thing with ScummVM. You can just point ScummVM at the old game files, and it just works, and you don't have to think very much about it. Which also, yeah, also kind of like opens up the option for games being made available on modern storefronts or through other means. Yeah, like it's very cool. It's a very cool setup. Oh great, what did I screw up? Can't have been that code is, oh, it's because the code editor was trying to be helpful and it added in a include file, which it did not need to do. I like I like NeoVim and I like COC, which is like the code completion engine, but it is sometimes a little too helpful. Where did I put my... Okay, it's here.
Hello, press the blue key. Goodbye.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follows, Zebasnaga3. Oh, Zebasnaga3 says, you're fixing a bug on a game to then implement that in ScummVM. Yeah, so ScummVM is currently... It implements a lot of Macromedia Director, which is the like the authoring platform for all of these, like a lot of children's games, a lot of multimedia, a lot of kind of weird stuff. But essentially the thinking is if we just kind of get all of Director working in ScummVM, then we get like thousands of games, essentially. Like thousands of games, thousands of weird titles, all working for like, you know, all working in one hit, if that makes sense. So yeah, we're currently just like, and obviously like given it's like a very big surface, like part of the method which seems to work pretty well is to just pick games that are, you know, pick a game and just work through it and see kind of like what weird edge cases it relies on and then fix those edge cases. Oh, hey Breno636. How do you screen capture your terminal so clearly, they ask. Do you mean this, like this terminal here? I mean, yeah, like there's nothing special about the setup. It's just OBS pointed at a 1080p screen. I do have the font quite big. Maybe that kind of helps out. Is there any part of it in particular that you're interested in? I'm not sure where to go into detail on this. But did that build this time? No, it did not, because I missed a I missed a bracket. Yeah, okay. I'll cop to that. Maybe we should have a matching number of brackets. Just for symmetry's sake. Oh, Brenner says, it just looks clear. When I try, it looks blurry. Weird, there's like some whistling happening outside. Don't know what the deal is there. Yeah, I guess like I am just doing like an entire screen capture here. I am not capturing an individual window, if that makes sense. So that does, yeah, like a large part of like what makes kind of stuff look at blurry is if you capture at a different resolution than was intended. So like I'm not sure if you're kind of like maybe like downsampling to 720p or something like that. So yeah, like this is being rendered at 1080p and recorded at 1080p. Zepasnaga says, check ScummVM website and thank you for having Portuguese of Brazil and Portugal. Yeah, it's fantastic. So there is some fantastic work done by the translators in the project, and yeah, it would definitely be good to like add some more kind of accessibility specific features. Like translations especially. Like I think like I've had like a few discussions with people who are like translating old Director games, and it feels like that the best approach, I don't know, like there's some which involve kind of just modding the game files to have different content, and there's another one which involves having like a separate like subtitles overlay, which currently they've just done in Windows, but obviously like if that kind of gets traction, we could probably just support that as another input into the game. But yeah, many opportunities there. Okay, so that built that time. So we're gonna quit out the game, gonna start it again. Yep. Start again.
Welcome to Toyland.
Okay, now go to the activity center.
3-in-1 creativity table. Let your imagination
Yep.
run wild.
Enough editorializing, let's get with the painting.
Taking and throwing. That's picturific. Click on the picture
Okay,
you'd like to
so the
color.
issue that we were running into
Or
before
click
was...
on the crayon button.
Oh, hang on. flag. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn on tracing. So debug flag enable lingo exec. That'll print every scripting instruction that happens to the command line. Debug level 5.
Create your own masterpiece.
Then we can, so you can see it's happening in the background here. Like every time a bit of code is run, it's been printed there. And if we click this.
Now listen as Van Gogh tells you the instructions. You have to follow the directions in the order they appear on the screen. Color 1 cat, orange. Color 4 fish, red.
Okay, as we all know, art is very much about instructions and following rules. Okay, so if we look up duplicate, which was the function that was messed, yeah, we can see that it has created it's created a copy of those things. So we should, and if we look in the variable list, and it was like pix instructions list, there we go. So we've got this here, which I'm pretty sure is the encoded instructions to make sure that we've done art good, but...
Color 1 cat, orange.
Okay.
Color 4 fish, red.
Okay. Well, it doesn't crash. Jury is out on whether or not it works. How come it... Yeah, this seems off. Because, like, if I pick a wrong color... Like, it feels like it should be scolding me because, like, the music restarts. So hang on. And if we go back up to here to mouse down, which is the handler that that runs when I click on something. What does it do? Okay. So first thing it does is it turns off whatever sound is playing in channel 1. Then it... Okay, then it eats the event. Huh, okay. Feels like it's setting up for something else though. Like it's Oh, okay. There's like a jump if 0. So it is checking to see if control down. What's control down? Is that a field that we've... This function determines whether the control key on a Macintosh or the control key on the PC is being pressed. The control down button is true when the control key is being pressed. So why does this think that control is being pressed? Like this is returning true when it should not be returning true.
Color 1 cat or...
So again, like we go to mouse down here. Yeah, there's something rotten with this. So I think we'll commit this. Director lingo imp b duplicate list. But why is control down? Okay, engines director control down. Okay. What's the deal with what? B493. Okay, so hang on.
Color 1 cat.
Okay. So key flags is just, it's currently set to 19, which in, hang on, what, can we see what common keyboard control is? How about if I ask nicely for an int? Okay, so movie key flags is currently set to 19, which is a bit flag thing. So that would be 16 plus 2 plus 1. Okay, so for some reason everything is set in movie key flags. That seems off. How about watch? So what if we put a watch point in for this? Okay. Alright, no, that seems... Yeah, okay. So it's setting it to, like, to nothing. That's fine. And I click the purple. And, like, this time... D is definitely the number 0.
Purple. That's not the right color.
Oh, is this a Heisenberg?
Purple. Click on the instructions to hear them again. Brown. Try again.
So when I put a watch point on the actual area that is setting it. Okay. Well, now it's doing it because, like, did it have like a, like, I'm guessing where it got the control from was because I was to open the debug console, I got to hold down left control, alt, and D. But I don't know why it persisted like that. I don't know, like, maybe it didn't get the up command. So if I disable 2.
Color 1 cat orange.
Disable 1. Actually, hang on. P movie key flags.
Color 4 fish red.
Disable 1.
Brown. Try again. Light blue. Try again.
Oh, it's just working now. Okay.
Yellow. Try again.
Alright.
Orange. Try.
Really? What? Okay. It's all about following orders. I see how it is. Okay.
1. Try again. That's not the right color. Click on the instructions to hear them again.
This must have been just painful to write and test.
Green. Try again. Red. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh. Okay. Doesn't let you color more than that.
Color 1 fish.
Okay, so we go back here. We go back into here.
Color 1 fish light blue. Color 2 fish dark blue.
Okay.
Brown. That's not the right color. Dark blue. You have click on the instructions to hear them. Dark blue. You have to follow the directions
I don't
in
wanna
the
follow-
order they appear on the screen. Try again.
Alright.
1. Dark blue. 1, 2.
Okay, hang on. Debug flag, disable lingo exec.
Color 1 cat orange.
Is it like a timing thing? So if I turn off like the debug output, so the game will run at a different speed. So if I pick this,
Color 1 flower green. Color 3 bugs dark blue.
yeah, now it's doing it again. Okay, I'm pushing control.
Brown. That's not the right color. Purple.
Interesting,
Click on the
okay.
instructions to hear them again.
Okay, so go back out, go in.
Color 1 bug, yellow. Color 1 hammer, purple.
Okay, and if I click on brown.
Brown. That's not the right color. Color 2 cars, light blue. Color 4 cars, pink. Yellow. That's not the green. Click on the instructions to hear them. Gray. Try again.
Okay, I'm struggling to replicate it. I mean, the workaround is if you just hammer on control. Hang on, we'll just have a look at Zebasnaga 3 is...
Color 2 cars, light.
Shush you. Zebasnaga 3 says, is there, how do you get all of these old games? Is there any article explaining this? Well, there are ways. There are ways of finding these things. According to the Entertainment Software Association, the answer is go on eBay or find a charity shop which still has PC games from 1995. You may have luck with these methods. I'm actually, like, honestly, like, if you want to get the, like, loose CDs off eBay, they are really cheap because no one wants them. So there is that. But yeah, if you are less patient, it is not very difficult to search for the full name for a multimedia CD and find a source for it, if you get my drift. Okay. So very quickly, I just want to have a look at that because it seems to be like a very key flags. That's it. So key flags can only be set in one spot. Key flags. Okay, that's polling key flags. What's oh right, okay. And then that gets set by this on key down and key up. Okay. So maybe an event is being eaten or missed? I don't know. Seems kind of hard. Oh, Zepsnaga 3 says, so you reverse engineer these into a way that works on ScummVM? Yeah, basically. Yeah. So again, like, we're currently at about, like, there's I don't know, there are director versions that go all the way up to 11. We've got a pretty good implementation of directors 2 through 4 and a pretty good but needs quite a bit of work implementation of director 5. And technically you can throw any director game at it and it should give it a best shot at trying it. But we also are trying to kind of compile a list of every title that is publicly available here, which includes, I guess, just like detection information. So like, yeah, so the idea would be that, like, for a lot of these games, we just want it so that if you have a CD which contain the original files, you just point ScummVM at that and it should detect it. Oh, and Zebasnaga says, do you also stream reverse engineering? Yes, in fact, after we're kind of done with this warm-up game, we will be doing some just straight-up Ghidra work. So that there won't be quite as many kind of bright flashing colors involved with that, but yeah, I'd say all of this is kind of like down to reverse engineering in a way, because you do have to kind of like go through the guts of the decompiled script code in the game to figure out like what the intent is and like what it's meant to be doing. Okay. So I think Okay, what were the... I should be reading the bug report that someone very kindly put together. Okay, so bug report just said coloring is broken because of that. That looks like it's fixed now. I'm able to create... I'm able to create very formulaic paintings with this, so...
Blue. Color.
That's...
Time for some coloring.
This feature I'm not sure is going to work because I'm pretty sure this is going to rely on a blip mode that we don't have working properly. Yeah. So you see how there's like a little kind of, oh, here we go. You can kind of see what it's meant to be looking like. Yeah, but it's still kind of glitched out. And it's playing the sound, like, just over and over again, which is really annoying. So... yeah, so this is an example of a Macromedia Director game. So not all games are built on Director, obviously, but these are the ones that we're targeting with this ScummVM engine. So you'll see here that kind of Director doesn't natively support a paint box, but what it does let you do is it has this hack where you can take a sprite and turn it on. There's a blip mode called Trails, I think. And so if you basically just like take like a little round sprite and you drag it across the screen with Trails mode on, it will leave a trail of stuff on the screen. And yeah, that's how most paint games work. And as you can see here, we don't have a very we've got an issue where transparency isn't really working with that. As in, it'll try and like re-blit over the area and remove whatever messes underneath, which is not what we want. Oh, and Zebsnark says, supporting Flash games would be awesome too. There is a project that is doing that called the Ruffle Project. Flash and Director are two quite different, very different code bases, very different types of, despite, you know, Macromedia reusing a lot of the same branding, quite different scripting engines, quite different rendering engines, etc. But yeah, have a look at the Ruffle Project. If you have not seen it already, they're doing some amazing work there. Okay. I'm gonna say fixing this kind of drawing, too hard basket for now. We want to try and fix as much as we can in the time that we have. So, what were the other grievances in this report? Building blocks. The screen flickers like mad and then kicks you back to the activity selection screen. That's not good. And then 7-3 crafts. It first looks like it's going to work, but then it does what building blocks does and it kicks you back. Okay. So, some kind of scripting error which is causing the movie to not stop properly would be my guess. So, where did... oh wait, no, it's this window. Okay, so... just clear off the scroll back here. Enable Lingo Exec.
Now it's time for some fun with blocks. Choose a scene.
Huh. Oh, okay, yeah. So what we've got here is somewhere along the line, like what's meant to happen, right, is like Director is kind of a timeline-based animation suite. So if you don't have any kind of code which is set up to, I don't know, like tell the playback to stop and like just hang around on one frame while you do a bunch of stuff, it will just kind of trundle on like one frame at a time. And so usually when this happens is that we've got there'll be a script or something which is not working properly. And I think it might be related to this here, because that sounds like out of the ordinary. That sounds like it wants to run a script, but it is not working. Zephyrsnaga3 says, "Are you able to live by just working on ScummVM?" God no. This is all volunteer work. But I don't know. It would be nice, but yeah, this is all just done for kicks. So this one here looks the most sus. So what we're gonna do, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff about like extra strings. That's just, oh, okay. So no, that's just whinging about Mac support. That's fine. Leftover bytes and data stream for film loop. That's kind of oh, what? For version 1217. What? This is kind of weird. I think, okay, let's decompile blocks.dir, see what's going on. Development. What are we doing? Project arrays. How could I forget? Project arrays. Decompile. Over here. Dump scripts. Run media theme files. Blocks.dir. And just to do a cheeky check. Actually, oh no. We'll let this flickery mess play on in the background. Sorry. There we go. Go back here.
3-in-1 creativity table. Let your imagination run wild. Hiya, Van Gogh here. Ready to be artists and create a wonderful masterpiece.
Clear that nonsense. Shush you. Debug flag disable lingo exec debug flag enable loading.
Magnifique.
Okay. So here's all of the So it's definitely loading in a Director5 file, which is to be expected because this is okay. And it loads in a shared cast, sure, and it loads blocks.dir. Okay, changed by Joel, the cutest company in the whole world, and created by Jeffrey Q, the Cute Co. Okay, so Fisher Price subcontracted this out to the Cute Co. Or maybe someone was just having a bit of a chuckle when they changed the what's it called? Oh right, Arvan Lab points out 1217 is hex 4C1, D5 versions is 4B1 and up, and D6 versions is 4C2 and up. Okay. But I thought that, like, I'm not sure why film loops would be problematic then, because we have support for that, I thought. Maybe we just need to switch it on? Or maybe it's only maybe I only turn it on for D4. Hang on. Yeah, okay, sure. Alright. For film loop cast member, read the flags and the cast info. Okay. So that's an issue. That's an issue that we may... I don't know, what else have we got in here? So, coloring was one issue. Got a got some kind of cast libby type error going on there, and then oh yeah, and crafts is the same problem with film loops. So let's look at film loops, because the film loop film loop is just it's a way of capturing an animation that you do in like the timeline view of director and shoving it into a cast member, which you can then like stamp on the screen at some point. And it should be fine, except because director version 5 and director version 4 are slightly different. Yeah, the flags aren't guaranteed. So I think what we will do... Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just put a breakpoint in here in 1437, and we'll check to see if the flags look roughly the same. I imagine they would be the same, because I don't think there's been any meaningful change in the film loop type. Like, for instance, if I can just do it here. So if we just have like if we have this box is going to be our main character. And the box moves around a bit. And it moves a bit some more. Okay, there we go. And those are our three... That's our animation, and we can drag it into here, and that becomes a box. And if we look at the properties of this... Can we... Cast member properties, sorry. Yeah, okay, so we've got we've got the crop flag. We've got play sound, play loop, loop, and center, which is... So there is also enable sound, but yeah. I'm guessing that's all going to be the same. Actually, hang on. Oh, come on. I don't have that clip.
The concession stand is just some Booster Club Okasan with a shoebox full of ones. Then
there we go, shoebox full of ones. Okay, so I reckon we can just change this to 6. Change this to 6, see if it's okay. And that will at least sort out that that problem. What was the other warning? There was... okay, what's the other warning that I care about? The one which had like script in it. Script? There we go. Script 14 has no associated cast member. That's troubling. That I don't know what is going on. That implies something is missing. Okay, and we've got these scripts, and then we've got these internal ones. Yeah, Arvanla says, I noticed the log says there are also leftover bytes. It seems your film loop cast member contains data that we don't handle. Yes, I think we might have to put like another debug thing on that. Okay, doesn't seem like it would be particularly important, so it's probably fine. But okay, probably a good idea actually. So where is the film loop passing code? I think it's in frame. Hang on, no, it will be in gonna just, come on. Come on, text editor. Okay, so we've got this loading sequence here, which will load in the film loop data. Ah, right, okay. So, by default, it will try and load in, oh, actually, no, it'll just say film loops not yet supported for version D. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So we don't... But if we look at that actual method... Oh, okay, so it's... Yeah, alright, it's a bunch of stuff. But it's very... if I recall correctly, it is very similar to the frame code. Like we have like read channel D2, I think channel D5. Yeah, so we've got like a D5. We've got a D5 version because they've added in, like if I recall correctly, the main thing that's changed is that cast member IDs now include the library as well, which is like one extra number. So all of the info is slightly off. Okay, and yeah, we do use like read sprite data D4 and everything for that. So how to go about this? I think what we should do is we've got load film loop data D5 and load film loop data D6. Except, you know, they're not really, they don't exist. They're just, it's affirmative thinking. So to start with, we're going to make a duplicate of load film loop data D4 and we're going to mod it to become D5. And then we'll just do a bunch of, like we've got these dump commands at the top, which will just tell us what's in the blob, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll check as we go. So copy all of this. And let's put in a breakpoint at load film loop data D5.
Yeah, a follow-up note on the royal-style foie gras dish. He tells me that he didn't have enough time to perfect it, so it's rather soft, but the flavor is top-notch.
Flavor is indeed top-notch, allegedly. Okay, just going here.
3-in-1 creativity table. Let your imagination run wild.
Come on. Don't have all day.
Hiya.
So now if we go in here, it should try and load...
Time to shape up.
Oh, wait, hang on. Debug flag enable loading.
Now it's time for some fun with blocks. Choose
Wait.
a scene.
Oh wait, what? It didn't. Ugh. Hang on. Film. Leftover bytes in data stream for ID 777 type film loop. Okay. So it didn't even try loading the film loop information. So that's slightly concerned. Children 725? Or is that like... Oh, no, that's just... No, there's... This number seems high. This number seems very high. Oh no, loading cast film loop 1 children. Warning billbot, leftover bytes and data stream for ID 777. Okay. That's this. But... Okay, and there are a bunch of unks, but those seem fine. Script... Okay, this troubles me. This troubles me that there's no associated cast member with that. Okay, well, let's just skate through this after it does its horrible flickering thing.
Three-in-one creativity table.
God.
Let your imagination run wild. Building blocks. Time to shape up.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't even call load, which suggests that... I mean, load only gets called technically when the cast member is referenced, so I guess it's unrelated. It's unrelated to the fact that the... I mean, obviously it's not good, the film loops aren't working and it'll probably screw up somewhere else, but... Seems unrelated. Okay, so... Hold on. I need a debug flag, disable lingo. Oh, sorry, loading. Because somewhere along the line, it's getting a screw loose. I can't tell where. Draw all, so we can see what the frames are doing.
Three-in-one creativity table.
So we can see up here, this is
Let
the
your
current frame.
imagination run wild.
If we go to the table, we click on the blocks.
Building blocks. Time to shape up.
Okay, so it jumps to frame 70, which seems like a deliberate act. Then something happens and it just kind of like continues on through every frame in the movie, which is obviously not what's meant to happen.
Building blocks. Time to shape up.
Okay. So we're just gonna kind of step through each bit until we can figure out what's going on. Thin? Oh wait, okay, no, that just... Alright, so what have we got? So we load movie blocks.dir. That happens because we call... So it's opening the very... So yeah, the menu movie is opening the first frame of the movie blocks. That does its thing. It then calls exit frame on yeah, so exit frame on frame 1 calls this, which is to go to marker 1, which if we go markers, this is all the places in the score where the director movie kind of jumps around. So we got all this. We got, so it calls marker 1, jumps to frame 70, which makes sense. It does, oh okay, so it freezes the state, it then thaws the state back out, which then returns. Okay, nothing too insidious there. And if we go step, there's nothing. Okay, so there's nothing on frame. So if we go chan 70, which is all the channels for frame 70. Interesting. Okay, so there's an action ID 5. Funks. Oh, and that crashes ScummVM. That shouldn't happen. That's bad. But it looks like there is a script number 5 that is attached there and it is not running. So the question is why? Why is that happening? So go to blocks, casts, internal. Okay, internal just got a bunch of that. Scripts. Score script number 5. Yeah, see this here. So this is just like the basic way of telling director to just stop. So when it gets this script, it'll just hang around on that frame forever until some other action, like a handler attached to clicking the mouse, moves it to a different spot. But for whatever reason, this is not being called. And that's bad. And it's also bad that when I try to get a list of all the functions that are there, it crashed. It crashed real bad. Hang on, wait, what? Okay, heap use after free. This is out of the ordinary. And it was allegedly here, which, as we all know, is line 477. Oh, right, because it's because it is querying. It's querying the score cache. But so that was the use after free, but but me calling channels seems to have destroyed it. Why do we free it? That seems bad. Seems like something we don't want to do. Oh, we got channel info for current frame FFF. Must specify a frame number between 1 and whatever. hang on. Rather than guess where it's happening, I should ask where it's happening. Which would be line 347. Oh god, alright, so... What? Why do we do that? Why do we do... Okay. This seems like a mistake. And it also seems like it would, like, I'm guessing what happened was that originally there was some other mechanism for loading in the frame information, and that had a delete command attached to it, and we don't do that anymore. So that's gone. That's definitely not what we want to do. Because ownership is going to be with score, not here. Okay, that mystery solved. What is going on with the scripts? What? Okay. Lingo exec. Start movie files blocks.dir.
Now it's time for some fun with blocks. Choose a scene.
Okay, and now we're in a dead state. So it calls 37 exit frame, but yeah, something is very wrong in that it can't find script number 5. So we look at funcs. There's a lot of junk. Oh yeah, and this includes like all of the script frame mappings. So this thing here, member 5 of cast lib number 3. What's the deal? Cast. Oh, okay, and it's got a shared cast? That seems like something that shouldn't be happening. That seems like a mistake. But yeah. But we've got a cast 3. We've got a cast 3 and it's got a script number 5. But why is it not loading? Why is it not being called? And just to go, and if we go back to like the funcs output again. We got cast 3 only has 2 what's called? Cast 3 only has 2 functions assigned. That seems not right. That seems broken. And what is cast 3? Can we get a name for cast 3? Oh, I probably should print the name. Hey, that would make my life easier. Okay, it's loading blocks.dir. And then it loads share.cast. I'm confused. I want it to tell me what the name of the cast is, because that's just baffling. Okay. Cast. Command BP empty, command print, command next movie, command cast. Okay. Cast D, brackets, S. There we go. IT, value. Get Mac name? Yeah, that'll do. Okay.
Now
Okay.
it's time for...
Okay, cast 3 is blocks.dir. That I don't understand. Oh, because they're okay. Sorry, I forgot. So in Direct 5, you can have external files which have casts in them, and you can have multiple casts within the same movie file. So in this particular instance, we have cast 1, which is inside the director file, and cast 2, which is the shared.cast, and then cast 3, which is another cast. So the issue seems to be that we've got all of these scripts that are in cast 3, but they are not being passed as scripts. They're not being loaded as scripts. And that's kind of troubling. And then, I mean, shared cast showing up twice, also troubling. I'm not sure if that's just down to some part of the loader. Like, we shouldn't have any shared casts in D5. But so wait, does that mean projector rays is also kind of holding out on me? It's not because like we look in blocks and we've got, oh okay, so one cast is called internal and one cast is called scripts, and then yeah, the scripts cast contains all of this junk. Wait, does that mean that, hang on, if there's actually a name, I want to see it. I don't want to be like fobbed up with the file name. That's just cast lib. Okay, load cast lib info. Oh, okay. We just don't. It's okay. So this is stubbed out. That could be. There could be something useful in there. I don't know. Maybe we should figure out what that is. Okay, so somewhere in the debug spew, which I lib info. Oh. Ah, right, I didn't put it... Okay. Sorry. Hang on, no, we set the debug channel that high. Why is it not, why is it not showing... Oh, okay, now it is. No, no it's not. Okay. Mistake. Debug level 9? Is that what you want? Oh, I didn't have the loading flag on, that's why. Loading. Okay, so... so here's what's currently in cast_lib_info. So we've got... Okay, some numbers followed by what looks to be the original file name. And this one is just blank. I thought that we did like some kind of very rudimentary reading of cast_lib_infos, but anyway, well, doesn't look like it contains like the nice name for scripts, so not that big a deal. I'm sure that we'll just figure out what project arrays does and sort that out later. But hang on. Oh, okay. So we've got all this. Got all this sorted. So, score script number 5. Where we want cast ID 5. Okay, that's a bitmap. That's technically correct, but I want the other one. I want the... yeah, bitmap. Okay, and then we got loading cast lingo script contents this. Sure. Oh, is it because like if I recall correctly, like these are just kind of like stubs for the cast member, but the actual data for them is in some other part of the cast loading machinery. Like a load config. Here it is. Okay. This load lingo context. Load lingo context. Where this called? It's called in one spot. It's called up here, which is in load cast. Okay, makes sense. So I think what we'll do is we'll go b load lingo context. Start again. Okay. So let's just step through this and see how we're doing. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be... Oh no, this is... Okay, this is for the shared cast. Spoiler, I don't care about the shared cast. But here we are now in... God, whatever. Okay, this is still in blocks.dir. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna have to check and look at the header because I can't remember what stuff is in here. There is so much stuff. Cast lib ID, that's what I freaking want. Okay, that's number 1. Don't care about that. It's cast lib number 2, which is going to be the shared cast member. Don't ask me why that's being loaded twice. It's a mystery. Was there something in there for like the nice name? The nice name of the cast member? That was the cast library. Oh, okay, we don't scrape that yet. Whatever. Or maybe we must scrape it because I'm pretty sure we do some kind of like resolution of like in movie, I think it is. Yeah, like there's this mapping, this freaking mapping, cast lib mapping. See this guy. That's how we were able to kind of do a reverse map. Okay, that's what I need to put in the debugger. So we'll just jam that in. Do we save name anywhere? Or do we just kind of... oh no, cast names, lib ID. Okay. So we saw what is like, we store it as reverse mapping. Okay, well I know where to look now, but that's okay. But getting back to this, so here is where we do load lingo context for the one that's full of scripts. Yep, so we've got a header full of stuff. Item count 3. Yeah, alright, so big bunch of names. Like, yeah, it's got all, it's got like mouse down, exit frames, got all that stuff, that's fine. Stream seek. Right, I see. So okay, so here is a bunch of stuff. So yeah, like so it's adding a code resource for this handful of functions, and it should should do a few of these. Yeah. Oh, it does 2. It does 2 and then it gives up. That's very odd. And then entries ends up being 3, sorry. It does 3. There should be a lot more. There should be a crapload more. One, two, four, four. Compile scripts. Script is unused and empty. Script is unused but not empty. Script is used but empty. Mark unused entries. And the actual thing that gets pushed back into entries. Okay, that's based on first unused. Oh no, it's entirely down to item count. Oh wait. No, that can't be it. Unless. Alright. Crazy idea. But what if cast 1 has what if cast 1 only has 3 things in it and we're just loading that by accident twice? That would be bad. Director 4, Fish, Director 5, sorry. Fisher Price, blocks, cast, internal. Okay, internal looks like it's got 1, 2, 3 scripts in it. Okay, there's our problem. So we don't quite have separation of concerns down pat for this yet. And that's because I'm guessing that this stream that we're passing into it is the wrong stream. Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem. We're just assuming there is one LCTX chunk, when in fact it's going to be more. It's going to be more than just one chunk. Okay, well that's not too bad. We just need to figure out how we tell what owns what. And that could be okay, and we could do it with this movie, or we could do a bench test, which would be much less arduous. Okay, so we've got our director V5 here. We're going to make a new internal cast called Petra, and we're going to put some scripts in that cast. We're going to put one script in here called actually no, we're gonna make them in here so that it gets, and go on exit frame, put sausages, and then in here we're going to do a similar but different script called cast member. I can never remember how you just create stuff. Hang on. Oh, there we go. On exit frame, put Constantinople. There we go. To So save this as a test file. I'll give it a good name. Multicast. Loading debug level 9 start movie multicast.dir director. And now we should hopefully be able to maybe maybe it'll say where the LCTXs are. Or at least we'll be able to kind of like look at it in one screen. Okay. So what do we got? As expected, we've got 2 LCTX resources. Bunch of crap we don't care about. Cast resources for libid1. And yeah, it's gonna have like 2 box cast members followed by yeah, this script cast member. And then it pulls this LCTX header which has oh wait, did I okay, but it's got sausages in it, so it's gonna be that one. But the question is, how do we know which LCTX resource to use? So we've got resource 15 and we've got resource 22. 15? Yeah, okay. This is the key here, I think. So we've got key, which I think is like a mapping for cast IDs, and we see how we've got parent index 1024 and we've got parent index 1025. I think this is, and yeah, we've got all this junk here which is to do with the film loop because that's cast 1024. I think it's parent index. That's how we meant to kind of figure it out. Parent index. Hang on. Parent index. Yeah, this thing here. So we've got like link the movie to its resources. The movies are hard-coded ID 1024, which may collide with the cast member's ID when there are many chunks. This is not a problem since cast members and movies use different resource types. Like this thing here, this hard-coded thing here. So default cast lib in other director movies we set to 1, I think. Like, yeah, so cast lib offset is 1023 so that we can add 1 to it and then it becomes 1024. But the problem is that oh wait, no, that's so no, this is just like a movie. Okay, that's just movie chunks doing its thing. But cast res map should just be taking into account. So I think, like, where is cast res map used? Literally, okay, literally only there, nowhere else. That's unfortunate. I thought, no, hang on, I thought that, like, this was used. Wait, is cast res map a, oh, no, okay, no, it's in types. Types has got it, okay. That'd be why. So so we have this, and then do we have code that already archive.cpp 760? Oh, that's okay. Just OpenStream uses that. And then we got readcast. Oh, okay, but that just loads in the members and that. But we've got like these like get resource ID lists and everything. But I imagine that could be a problem. Yeah, that could be like get resource and get resource ID list. That could be a problem if we don't have a gate on that. So like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's all kind of designed to be like to not check that, which is bad. So what we want is that parent offset stuff. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm not even looking in the right spot. Yeah, so via parent index, we need to be able to filter by parent index. Okay, so we do get that. 630. Get the resource ID list, which is all the stuff that's in cast. And then Okay, only low cast members which belong to the requested library ID. External casts only have one library ID, so instead we use the movies mapping. Okay, and then that's where we check the lib ID. But okay, does that show up then in the debug output? So resource, it's like freaking hell. Cast? No. Key. This thing. Okay, so we're interested in child index number 22. So cast resource. So we've got resource 32. Oh, great. Okay, no, that's a different index altogether. That's got nothing to do with all this stuff, which is great. But it must be somewhere. So we've got what's the okay, so the child tag is LCTX. And it's going to be stored in key data. One at 1025, which is going to be an array. And then that will push back this child index. So I guess we have to kind of fetch the index from this lookup table here and then use that. I mean, we can try. That seems doable. So copy this, go back to here. Actually, how can we query key data? So we'll go, instead of get movie resource if present, we'll go get movie resource. Okay, so get movie resource if present goes if movie chunks contains tag and has resource, that tag, then return it, else if it has any kind of resource, then just return the first one. Okay, so that's what's happening. So essentially, movie chunks is whatever is considered to be in 1024, which is probably a bad assumption, and then it falls back to this. So I think what we're gonna have to do is like have a more nuanced get method. So we'll go like, so we'll copy this and we'll go get like we've got get resource, which is like a tag and an ID. If we look at how that works, like, it's not clear if it includes the parent ID. Like, we have key data, which is child tag parent index, which will okay. So what we actually want is get first resource tag and unit 16 parent ID, and then we'll just mod that. Unit 16 parent ID. But then that become, oh yeah, and this is in RiffX archive, which I think makes sense. Get first resource. Are there a few? Whatever. We'll just implement it here as best we can. So we go if key data contains child, I'll just tag return null pointer if key data tag contains parent ID, return null pointer. If key data tag parent ID empty, return null pointer. False. Key data tag parent ID 0. Oh, okay, and I also got to define this in RiffX archive. I think that'll work. Oh wait, and we also got a mod. We got a mod cast to do that. So we go get first resource this cast lib offset plus cast. Hang on. Do we know what the current lib ID is? Come on. Faster, please. Okay, and now we should be able to see. I mean, like we can see here in this beautiful test movie. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so you see the. Oh, right. It's because it's not a compiled. What's it called? Compiled scripts you can see in here. But if it's not compiled, like if I go funcs. Oh no. Okay. Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's fine here because it is not compiled. But more importantly, hang on, wait. Alright, fine. Stupid vtables. Oh, okay. No, I do have a default one of those, but I guess we don't need this. I guess it's just fine having this here. But then that might break. Yeah, it's going to break this because it expects that to be an archive. God damn it. All right. Oh, that's annoying. Because we have like Mac archive and all that jazz. Okay, change of plans. We just pretend. So we'll put the virtual one back in here. We'll go to this implementation of get first resource, and we'll go common seekable read stream endian archive get first resource unit 32 tag unit 16 parent ID. Oh wait, no, it's just gonna do that for every. It's gonna do that for every old movie, so no point putting the warning message in here. We'll just lie. We'll just lie. Yeah, I think that like the old, I think in DirectX 5 and up, that uses like RiffX format, which is not based on the Macintosh resource fork, which means it should just work. As long as there's a fallback, it should just work. Anyway, I guess we'll find out now if there are more things in the cast library then our clever hack worked. And if it didn't, I made a terrible mistake. Okay, funcs. Shared cast function. There we go. Look, cast 3's got like a whole bunch of stuff now. Like all of these things that it didn't have before. Whereas cast 1 just has these two things. So
Now it's time for some fun with blocks.
debug level 5.
Choose a scene.
Okay. And I think we've got interactivity now. Oh. And then it crashed. But that could be just because we loaded it from outside of hang on. Okay. That's an improvement though. We've fixed like the root of the issue. Lingo exec. So if we run again in like script execution mode, we should be able to see what's going on. Oh,
Now
except...
it's time for some fun with...
Okay, so I clicked one of those, it then... Ooh, interesting. Okay, so it pushes this variable core list to... Yep, okay. So it pushes core list to the stack. That's a void. That's 2. But what is core list meant to be? Tell me. Oh, we don't see it, which I think means it's meant to be set somewhere else. So let's try that again, but just starting the movie proper. Like if it's a global that's just set from outside, then that explains why it crashes. Okay. It was here.
3-in-1 creativity table. Let your imagination run wild.
Blocks?
Building blocks. Time to shape up. Now it's time for some...
Let me pick one of these. Oh, okay. And it's still... Okay, so there's some script which is meant to be setting core list, which is not doing its job. So where is that meant to be set? That's a good question, because presumably that's not being run. Games director. I realize that the oh god, the title for this stream has been quite inaccurate because I've been spending a lot of time on this warm-up game, but whatever. Director 5, Fisher Price, blocks. Interesting. Okay, so there's a movie script which is meant to set that, and that movie script, best I can tell, not being called. And where is that in? That's in scripts. Okay. I see. Okay. So on start movie, that's meant to be called, and that's not being called. How? All right. We're so close. We're so close to getting this working. I can't bear to just stop now. Right. Funks. So I guess what's happening is that because this is in castlib3, it's not being given the same precedent that a movie script in castlib1 would be. Because yeah, like in cast 3 we've got score scripts, we've got these movie scripts, but I'm guessing that what's happening is that these aren't being put in the run for checking or whatever. Like where do we check? Where do we check start movie? Yep, alright. That's probably... Oh no, it's a different start movie. Like we want the we want the handler start movie. This. Okay, event start movie. So that's in here, movie process event. Which then calls lingo process events. Okay. But that's good. It means we don't have to we can go back and do it from here. So we'll go in here and we'll put a breakpoint in at the start movie. So bscore.cpp34. Okay, movie process event K event start movie. So we process the events. We get the current movie, we get the current score. There should be exactly one thing in this queue, which is starting the movie. Then we try and resolve the script event. Here we go. Fix me. Shared cast movie script should come before main movie ones. And currently we don't really... Okay. Looks like we don't check multicast. That's a problem. That's a big problem. And we gotta fix it. So, here we go. Frame handler, cast handler, sprite handler. Yep. Yeah, okay. This won't do. This won't do, I think. I think we'll have to just go through each of the casts in sequence and do it that way. So we'll go for auto it And has this been called in... This has been called in movie. Okay, good. So we've got that going for us. Casts. Archive equals Bingo Arch. Archive. It's not a pointer. Okay, yeah. Underscore value, and then this. Okay, so yeah, so it'll do, I guess that'll just do that in sequence. It'll just count through all the casts that we've got and see if a movie script matches. That seems right. Is Getman Lingo Arch used anywhere else? It's used in a few places, so I'll try not to think too much about those. Or else I will lose my mind at how much work there is. Okay, this is it. This is the run. We should absolutely be able to see that that start movie script now.
Now it's time for...
Okay, did that run. I see a bunch of stuff happened. Did... Oh god, what? Didn't do it? Ugh, right, that's annoying. What's it called? Yeah, it should be there. We should be able to. It should be cycling through all of them now. Ugh, come on. Right. So. Oh. K event startup. Zephyr says, went to lunch and watched the reverse engineering adventures of Lomax. Christ, that was ages ago. I'm trying not to think too hard about how many years ago I made that, but yeah, that's... one day I'll finish that game. Anyway, so progress update to where we are. It no longer crashes because we've added in the support for loading in scripts from from other cast members. Now I'm just trying to convince it to see the movie start script as part of the big list of things. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, so it does hang on, what? It does contain that. That can't be right. This can't be right. This looks wrong. This looks very wrong. Oh wait, no, it's doing it. Okay. Maybe I'm looking the wrong spot. Casts? Okay, so 3 casts. So it's going to look in cast 1 and it is going to find nothing. So there we go. It's looking in cast 2 and it should find nothing. It's going to look in cast 3 and it's going to find something. There we go. And this time, yeah, it's trying to it's doing event start movie. Oh god, that's okay. That's on me. I forgot to change this out. This is the default. We don't want that. We want this to be cast.key. Here we freaking go. And yeah, if this runs, then we'll move on to Frankenstein, which I may have. Oh, okay, yeah. I realize I got to sync some stuff from my laptop in the other room if we're gonna make headway on that, but that's okay. Anyway, so we're starting this up. Oh, look at this! Look at this beautiful mound of crap which is being pushed onto the lingo stack. That strikes me as I am considering that to be working. So hang on, let's try this again, but this time without lingo exec switched on, so that it actually finishes in reasonable time. Like what's happening there is that when you have like a giant string which contains like a whole bunch of coordinates in it and you run it through value, it uses the lingo compiler to turn that back into an actual object. And when you print that to the command line, that takes forever. So let's not print to the command line. Okay.
Now it's time for some fun with
Quiet you.
Pirate Ship. Now, all you have to do is click and drag the shaped blocks onto the matching areas on the blueprint.
Great.
Try again. You need to try a different spot for that block.
No, I'm pretty sure it's over here. Look, it's the right shape and everything.
That block belongs here.
I refuse to acknowledge that. You can absolutely use it back here.
That block belongs here.
Okay, well, if you're gonna be... Okay. So it's Tangram, but with very strict rules on what does and doesn't count. Okay, let's build the stupid ship. But yeah, this is... I don't know, like this is kind of a good example of where we are with ScummVM. Like, most stuff will work if you just fix whatever edge case is blocking it. So in this instance, it was just a case that we needed to fix the script loader to properly support multicast for D5, but after that, like, all the snapping is fine, all of the click and drag is fine.
try again.
No, I'm pretty sure it goes over here.
You need to try a different spot for that block. You matched all the shapes and colors.
Ugh.
Wow.
Okay, that's a
Building
fun.
with blocks is a blast.
Arg, matey.
Great job.
Okay, that's a fun reward.
Freeform.
no.
Look at all these blocks.
Oh, okay. Freeform just straight up crashes it. Looks like another use after free. And it's related to the... Okay, it's related to like... Oh, it's erasing cast members and stuff. Okay, God. Okay, well. I'm gonna save what we've got here. With just a little... Gonna remove the stream one, because we don't need that. But the rest of this I think is good. Oh wait, no, but I've got like film loop crap in there as well. I've got to separate that out. So we'll save the changes to archive. Cast.cpp. Oh, okay, no, I can't quite do that. Actually, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine if... no, I should separate the changes out. I should do this cleanly. So we'll revert that change. Add in cast.cpp. Ignore the stuff with film loop because that's freeform and experimental. Not dealing with that. Director fix D5. Window fix loading multiple, oh sorry, Lingo scripts from different internal casts. Fixes the block mini game in Fisher Price Carnival of Carnage or whatever it's called. Toyland. Toyland with the learning in Toyland, sure, okay. Okay. Zephyrsnaga says, I would get lost in all of the terminal tabs. Yeah, I have a problem where I just open up a new tab each time. Like, we started off with one tab at the start of the stream, and here we are with just a billion. Okay. So, I think that's probably going to be enough Toyland for this stream at least. There's maybe one or two issues left, but those can be sorted other time. Now, so the game that we were looking at last week was Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster. So I gotta quickly like run out the room to get something from my other computer. But in the meantime, you can all enjoy the introduction for this wonderful game.
Gabrielle? Gabrielle! Where are you? I don't want to remember this. Gabrielle! Come back! Who's calling at this hour? I'm sorry, Philip, but you are under arrest for the murder of your daughter, Gabrielle. But I... Just come along. Now!
For the heinous crime of murder, your own daughter, I sentence you to hang by the neck until dead. May God have mercy on your soul.
I'm innocent!
Go ahead and let him hang.
Are we at Tim yet? Oh, yes, I arrived just in time for Tim.
Dear God. Where?
There he is.
He's alive. Alive! I have created life. There. That will make you feel better. A toast. In celebration. I have made a man.
There you go. That's the game. Just throws you into it. And okay, possibly my favorite part coming up. So first interaction, just reach out in front of you. Oh yeah, it's a man's. Yeah, no, just it's my hand. Nothing amiss. And then
My hand. It's... Good God. It's the hand of a woman.
no, anything but a
Vile bastard done to me.
just. It's a woman's hand. Jesus Christ. What have they done? The worst possible... Yeah, the worst possible fate for our modern Prometheus. Okay, so... Here's the deal. This game uses Macromedia Director for the actual kind of visual display part, and I imagine quite a lot of the game scripting. What it doesn't use it for is for keeping track of things. There's a DLL file which contains most of the world state is tracked by this DLL file. So like we're talking rooms, we're talking objects, we're talking which room is in, which object is in what room. All of that junk is tracked by this DLL.
You can stand, and you're walking. No residual dizziness. Excellent. Can you hear me? Anything? Perhaps you can read lips. No. You must be able to hear. Perhaps the cat's got your tongue. You've no idea how close to the truth that statement is.
Zeus Naga, yes, this is just the introduction.
I remember I was hung, put to death, and now, in a laboratory? I'm an experiment. Of course, how fitting. This place thick with evil, this mad doctor.
Oh, goodness. Alright, so yeah, one little problem though is that the DLL in this particular instance, because it's a Windows 3.1 game, the DLL is 16-bit, and Ghidra awful at I mean, you can put 16-bit code in it, but because of like all of the segment addressing stuff, it can't recognize things like long addresses where you have like two registers that are passing like the segment and the offset and stuff like that. But the good news is that there was a Mac version of this game, and the Mac version is in 32-bit, and it includes debug symbols, which is what I have been beavering away at trying to disassemble. So Give me just a moment to try and copy that over here. Reversing. In the meantime, we'll get Tim to talk at us for a little bit. Oh yeah, we can move the bookshelf. Come on. Where's Tim? There's Tim.
I have created life, proving once again what I have always known to be true. Modesty be damned! I am a genius!
Yep, whatever you say, Tim. Whatever you say. Where did, Oh, okay. It's probably that project. Sorry, I'm just like scrubbing around, like trying to find which Ghidra project contains the stuff in it. Oh yeah, that's old. It's got to be the other one. Okay. Excellent. Oh, okay. Zebasnaga says, do you have any plans on making a playlist about reverse engineering a game from scratch and implement on ScummVM? Not an entire game, but maybe a use case. I would love to know more about the reversing part. Okay, don't worry. We'll get into that. I'm just doing a little bit of file management, which I could probably just show here. So I'm just copying my Ghidra tree to here. So when you say making a playlist, oh, you mean like so like reverse engineering a game from scratch. Oh, like a video series. Honestly, like, yeah, I've switched. I had a go at doing like the YouTube, you know, the polished YouTube content thing, and it was just way too much editing. So, given, I don't know, I found that at least with kind of like, I don't know, with Twitch streaming, you don't have to be quite as clean. You can basically just kind of do the work and as you know, as the sausage is made, as opposed to kind of like doing a bunch of reversing work, then kind of like polishing it down to just like a you know, a polished thing. I would say though, it doesn't really, most of the time though, yeah, I would say that kind of the methodology that you would use to port an entire game is just an extension of just porting a little bit of a game, if that makes sense. So obviously there's like different challenges related to like sound code, visual code, etc. And it would be, you know, there'd be a case of like tracing through and isolating each part, then porting each part. But as like a start, like this is probably like a good starting, like what we're about to do is probably like a good starting introduction into that world, which is we're just taking one component, which is the walking around and keeping track of all the items in the world component, and we're basically porting it to C++. We are trying to read the disassembly and port it to C++. So reversing X command rep. Okay, that's done. Development Ghidra. We have to use the special version of Ghidra because I've added a bunch of mods for reversing Macintosh. Come on, Tim. Got anything else you can talk to us about? Oh yeah, if we mess around here, then we'll say something, I think.
Do I know this man? He looks so familiar.
Energy, matter, Life, everything we see, feel, touch, hear, taste, is one of two things: mass or energy. Simple, yes?
Create the newer version of Ghidra? Oh, jeez. Okay. Do I need a... What version of Ghidra do I have on the laptop? Ghidra. It's literally this. It's literally this build. Oh wait, do I need to get reflog? Oh, did I not compile it? God, alright. That's annoying. That's annoying. Oh, Arvenla says, can you share the mod list? It was basically, hang on, I'll post the link in the chat. I mean, it's just this one. Yeah, for it is kind of an ordeal. You have to like run a, like you basically, you decompile it and then you can run a post-processor script on it to add mappings to the syscalls. I also just have a big list of syscalls from like inside Macintosh, which I sometimes check when I need to confirm something. Okay, God, we have to build Ghidra, do we? Oh, I guess we can play a little bit with Tim while we get started. Wait a second, hang on, no. If I hit run, what version of Ghidra does it say that it is? It says it's 1101. So why is it whinging that it can't open Henry? File was created with a newer version of Ghidra. Is it the... like, what? Like, the Ghidra version is 1101, and that's what this Ghidra version is, I thought. Yeah, what? Probably should have tested this before going live, huh? God. You know, I could just rsync the entire Ghidra source tree from my laptop. And in fact, maybe that's what I'll do. So if we go rsync pavrax 1.2.1.4 development Ghidra good. Anyway, we'll let that do its thing. Oh, that's right. We have a save game from last time. Oh, was it here? Was it the... Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, Zebasnaga says, exclamation mark schedule. We don't have a schedule command. Basically, normally I stream Thursday nights, or Thursday afternoon, 11 UTC. I'm streaming Fridays, I'm streaming this on a Friday because I had like a work thing which kept me away from it. But I don't know, if you want to like mess around with the available commands, here is the list. None of them are particularly helpful. And yeah, most of them are just rigged to play like I don't know. They're rigged to search for a certain word on a DVD subtitle and play back a sound clip. So, bad meh.
In front of a tavern, flat on his face.
Oh, excellent. You found a sound, like a song. Those take forever.
He's pleading his case.
And also the worst part of Look Around You. Congratulations, Crushing Ceiling. But yeah, you can also add like a keyword afterwards to get something more specific. So like, I don't know, like...
Well, well. We've come a long way from the Prime Minister's exploding cake. Or have we?
Or have we indeed? Well, let's
It would
just...
be suicide to try to swim from here.
It would be suicide, but, you know, why not try it anyway? Let's turn on this battery, put on this,
Lead us right to his hideout.
Yes. Now, to the Batmobile.
Come on, get in the water. And I think, if I recall correctly, yeah, so to the left there is this chest of gold, which, I mean, nice detail, but we can't do anything, we can't pick anything up. We can't put it in our attaché case along with our rotten turkey leg and some notes that we found. But, and if we turn to the right, we can see a piece of paper with a bunch of, what looks like children's names, including that of our daughter, who we were accused of murdering. So that's nice. But the trick though is that I can't really see a way to get out of the water once we're down here. In fact, or you can turn around one more time to the right, where the ladder is, and to come back up. And this happens. It's a pretty good scream. Okay. Oh no, okay, that was a save game from just after we found the attaché case. Do I have anything in the attaché case yet? Yes, okay, we've got the two items. Alright. Ghidra, good. Let's see if this build of Ghidra is any better. Oh, miraculously, this opens the project. So close this, close that, open up Henry, which is the DLL. is open with a newer version of... Okay. Hang the freak on. Reversing X command. Oh, do I need to copy this file as well? Yeah, that could be it, maybe. Hang on. No? Did I... Oh my god. I don't know. That's annoying. I don't know what's going on there. Don't know why I can't open the Ghidra file. Hopefully we won't need it for what we're going to try and do this stream. And Zevazark asks why Budgie Simplicity. It's kind of the closest, like, it's very close to like Cinnamon, which is just most, you know, it's very basic. It just gives you a start menu type thing and a system tray type thing, and yeah. Otherwise, isn't kind of like just really weird like the GNOME shell is. So yeah. Okay, well, plan B. We can't open up Ghidra. That's annoying. I'll have to maybe figure out what the frig is going on there too. But what I can show you, if I go into Director 4, Frankenstein, I can show you what we found out. Games, Director, Frankenstein, test.py, copy that here. Okay. Huh? Did it? Oh my god. Did I break this just before going? Okay. This was working before. Okay, what's the one that isn't game state? So there's game state and then there's global actions. So global actions should still work. Global actions read. Okay, so we have, so there's like one data file which contains this list of global actions. I am not entirely, yeah, the response information here, I'm not sure. Like that's gonna require Ghidra, and unfortunately don't have Ghidra, so, or at least not on the stream, which is irritating. Game state read is meant to read back all of the state. So that's stuff like where the items are in the world, for instance. And for some reason, oh, okay, no, it's just because I changed a bunch of things and okay, I forgot to rename this. That's easy to fix. 184. Because originally, I guess it was name. Fine, whatever. Game state read. So this is more promising. So we can see here that we've got all of these all of these objects. So this is basically just a straight Python port of the straight Python port with of all of the code that was in the Mac version of the library, and that included the function names. So we basically recreated them here, and so essentially this state structure, it has like a description of a list, and then it will kind of like load. It will then kind of like read the items sequentially. Like it's a stream-based format, so it's got like a bunch of instead of being kind of like nice structs, it's basically just kind of like you either like read from the chunk that's in front of you, or you read from like the end of the file, or like, you know, wherever the current end of the file is. And then you've got like all of these little, you know, like this is a response type, and then this is apparently like something that includes a switch statement, and then, oh wait, no, that's the global actions. The game state is much simpler. You basically just got like a list of state variables, a list of items, so like things that you can interact with or pick up, and then you got a list of timers, which I think is some kind of internal game state, which I haven't quite figured out yet. But if we just kind of get out of, if we get out of the game, and we have a look at this test movie that we set up. So I've just set up like an empty director file inside the same folder as Frankenstein here. Oh, and I made a note for myself and I got rid of it. How intelligent. Whatever. Open xlib henry.dll. mdescribe Henry. No, it's the other way around, isn't it? I can never remember. Henry mdescribe. Oh. I can never remember the syntax, and I wrote it down, and I freaking copied over it like a dingus. Okay. Show xlib. Put Henry. Put Henry. Oh wait, okay. Is it not Oh no, I gotta put like the full path to henry.dll, don't I? Doesn't like relative paths. I remember now. So where are we? We're in because yeah, by default it'll assume that we're in the director folder, which is not true. We are in interplay Frankie. Yeah. So it is C interplay Frankie henry.dll. Put Henry. Put Henry. Okay, that was a guess, to be fair. Games. Win 16. Interplay. Frankie. So yeah, henry.dll. That's what we freaking want. So I don't know why it is being... Okay. Let's reload this. Open this. Put Henry. Put Henry. Why? Because we should be able to, like for instance, if I go like put file IO, there's an object there. Show xlib. And I can see, so file IO, henry.dll, interplay Frankie henry.dll. Okay, let's just say director 5 is cursed. I'm gonna close it, I'm gonna open it up again. And I'm going to give it just the non-cursed path. Show xlib. Okay. Open xlib. C:\interplay Frankie Henry.dll. Show xlib. Put Henry. Okay, thank God. Alright, we've got it. So m describe Henry. Henry m describe. Oh my God, alright. Put Henry. Oh, okay, I see. So, yeah, by screwing this up, then yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, okay. At least we figured it out now. No mistakes are allowed. So, open xlib. C. Interplay. Frankie Henry.dll. Henry m describe. Thank God. Alright, we've got that now. So now we just need to open it up. So this is the DLL which contains most of the guts of like Frankenstein. So if we were to run the game in ScummVM right now, games director for Frankenstein win. So we do all that. We run the game through this mechanism. We'll have some commands that we can try out in here. So I think if we just click a bunch of times, then it will skip to the first movie, which is what we want. And there we go, failed to set new position. But if we look at the console here, we'll see that it'll try and create a Henry DLL object using this. Then it will try and get a bunch of state variables. So we can test what that'll look like in here. So we go, scroll all the way to the bottom, and we go, so now we're just typing some lingo code. Shush, I don't care. Set AX equals Henry M new C interplay Frankie game file backslash EFM. There we go, creating Henry X object EFM. And now we should be able to do things like Henry put Henry m get state variable debug on. Wait, what? Debug on? Oh wait, no, I got it around the wrong way. So put m get state variable Henry debug on. Handler not defined. Oh wait, no, I got around the I got it backwards. AX? No, it's AX m get state variable. There we go. The calling convention in in lingo is kind of weird. Hey Toby1364. ScummVM is a game engine for playing old games in, so most people are kind of familiar with it as a way of playing like old LucasArts and Sierra games. So we can have a look at the website. And originally it was just for LucasArts adventure games, but it covers many different games. And in this particular stream, what we were looking at is adding Macromedia Director support, which is another kind of creation platform that was used for making like thousands upon thousands of titles. But yeah, it's ScummVM is many things. But we are currently doing some reverse engineering work on this custom library included with this one game. But what do we got? And yeah, like most of these are just kind of just variables. So if we go like from CD, that'll be 1. But if we compare this now to our debug script here, we should be able, and we look up from CD. Yeah, so that was 1. From CD was 1, I think. So this blob here, I have not quite figured out what the deal is. I'm pretty sure that it's either a number or a pointer to a string. I don't know how you differentiate between the two. I'm pretty sure that like state variable read only cares if it's a actually no, these ones here have a range, which might imply there's something to do. Like what does kite pos give me if I go like kite pos? Oh, it just returns the number 1. That's nice. Which would imply this. Like, where's a string? Oh no, here. This looks considerably more complicated. Like last image. Like, is last image anything at this point? No, it's nothing. Isn't it too long for a pointer? Yeah, so what's it called? So only this particular format is kind of a bit odd in that it does include pointers as part of the structure. So like dotted all over it is this kind of this list block, which will contain like two uint16s, which say how many things are in the list and how big is each element, and then there is a 32-bit slot which just contains whatever pointer is in memory. So when you load, when the DLL loads it in, or the library loads it in, it will overwrite this with where in memory the current data is stored. But yeah, essentially when we're kind of loading it in from the file, it's going to look like a what's called, like, I'm pretty sure this bit here is a pointer because it starts off with like 1, 0, 1. Oh, and this is all going to be big endian because we are looking at the Mac. We're looking at the Mac DLL. So big endian for everything. But yeah, there's other there are other spots which have stuff like this. So like if I were to dump one of these, and we go MSC dump win game file, EFM state, which contains all the state variables. So we can see here, like, this is a big block of like list things, and we've got I think these are the list things. Oh no, okay. No, sorry, it's something slightly different. But you can see here that we've got these figures here, which are just kind of increasing addresses, and I'm pretty sure these are just whatever pointer that the computer that generated this file was using at the time, because they all get overwritten. But anyway, so I guess, like, yeah, the naive approach for some of these would be to just read this, chunk here as whatever the number is meant to be. But I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's quite right, because we have... Oh, that's right. Sorry. We do have... Yeah. So, state variable read. Okay, so there is actually a... And again, like, this is just like a straight port of whatever the Mac code was doing. So the Mac code checks to see if there is... I don't know, if the fifth byte in the sequence is equal to the number 2, at which point it will just take 32 bytes from the end of wherever the current, like, file pointer is at, and just stick that into a thing somewhere. So I'm pretty like, if we look back at here, we can see that there's like, there are strings, or like what look to be, yeah, like we've got strings with like Oh my god, I really wish I had the good resource, because I'd be able to look more into what is going on there with that. But if we try putting cart name into here, cart name, okay, that'll just return 0, because I think that get state variable is just for, yeah, there's get string variable, which I think is what we want. So if we go get string variable, cart name, okay, no, that's blank apparently. Yeah, also, which is kind of like makes things difficult, is it looks like there's just random, like, what's it called? It looks like junk from memory sometimes makes it in here. Like we have, you know, like the string Henry compiler, which just kind of shows up in... It may be that we're not reading this chunk here correctly, or that like the pointer for that is a bit off, because that's entirely possible. But we have, yeah, there are bits which have like random bits of string, like just like, what's it called? Alf.
Hello, press the blue key. Goodbye.
Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Toby1364. Yeah, like the word Alf just appears. Oh, did I? Oh, okay, maybe I filtered that out. Oh no, yeah, that's right, because I cleaned up this method here, because originally that was... So like, here's an example of like some item information. So that should be clean. So if we go like there's like get item list, drop item, put item in hand, get item location. So if we try get item location, and we go dirt rock, it should match up with this content here. Dirt rock. Can't take picture WTR rock in environment WTOR west. So, yep, can't take. It's got picture with index WTR rock in environment WTO4 west. Okay. So. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sure thing, Toby. Just no numbers. Got it. Now this, I think, if we look at like how much, how far we get before we start to run into problems with, oh my god, I've got way too many tabs open. Was it one of these? Was this where I opened up, no, this is just Gidra. This is just my Gidra failures. Get rid of that. Get out of here. Here? Did I open up here? That's all Toyland. Oh, it's here. Okay. So here is what we start with. So we create a new one of these, we set some state variables, we get some state variables, we get the item location of the bag, and then we like get current position and then commit new position. So what does get current position give us? Because essentially we need to create a new version of all of this stuff in C++ based on the file format. Zebis Nagas asks, is that DOSBox a VM? Yeah, it's DOSBox is just it's a DOS VM, if that makes sense. Yeah, just running Windows 3.1. Get current position, that's it. So we start off in RSU 07 ahead RSU Z04 can't turn. So yeah, like this is kind of like the the map, the internal map state that we need to be able to reply back about. But I think that's going to be in global. Oh no, maybe it's going to be in EFM state. Because yeah, it was RSU 07 ahead. Yeah, so it's at the very freaking start of EFM state. Which oh, okay, yeah. So just this big blob here, which yeah. So all I saw in the disassembly was that it loads this big blob into the one spot, and this appears to contain the current information about where we are in the world. Looking at this, because it contains RSU 07 ahead. And that's about it. These two I'm not sure about. Like card turn is going to be like it's going to be a flag somewhere, and RSU Z04 is going to be maybe a data file reference. RSU Z04. Okay, there's a few. Oh wait, hang on. I looked in the wrong spot. Hang on. Yeah, okay. So it's... Okay, so it's mentioned here in the level file, which I know not very much about. And that appears to be it. Okay. So interesting. So there must be some step of the Henry loader which loads in all these levels, which I'm not familiar with yet. Because if we were to like just dump, if we were to dump this, like this would be the, oh, this is a completely different chunked format, which seems to have many 3-letter names. So many 3-letter names, dear Jesus. Okay. Yeah. So like here's an example, right? So you can see that there's so you can see in here that there's like clear examples of it just dumping whatever junk is in memory. So what we've got here is we have like 491, which is a string referring to, I think, like an asset in Director. Then you put a null terminator. Then you've got whatever crap was left in the buffer, which is the words Ursa D. And you know, makes it a little bit difficult to kind of visually pass what's going on. But yeah, yeah, this is... I mean, the good news is, yeah, good news is once again the disassembly, not that difficult to read. Bad news is, I don't know why it's... Okay. I'm going to have one last shot at getting Ghidra to work, because I don't think I can make very much progress without Ghidra. So tell me about this program. Okay, this. Created with Ghidra version 11.01. Yeah, 11.01. Like, why is this an issue? I don't understand why this is an issue. File was created with a newer version of Ghidra. Like, okay, well, we've got the source code, so there's only a finite number of places where this could be. Okay, so it's throwing a version, etc. exception. I want to see the exception, please. Okay. Go away. Okay. Is it because I need to rebuild? I need to rebuild this. Okay. Cradle, build, Ghidra. Okay, this might take forever. Anyway, well, while that boils the ocean, trying to build that, let's look into kind of making some headway into Henry. Xlibs henry.dll. So at the moment it's just stubs. We've got. Oh, that's right, and I started kind of having a go. Where did I oh. Yeah, okay, that. Oh god, alright, and I just failed to compile. Yeah, it's not okay. Ghidra's not happening. That's annoying, but whatever. I'll just do, yeah. Okay, so here's our stub. Here's a stub for a new object, but we need to kind of do kind of the equivalent of this. So let's add in a bunch of methods. Common seekable read stream. Stream common Okay, so what is it? Yeah, so first thing it does, check to see if the first 4 bytes is equal to the number 4. At which point, yeah, so we can go. Okay, so we'll Okay, so we don't know what that is. We don't know what that is. I think we know what 182 is meant to be. It's meant to be some kind of string. Two. We'll just call it name for now. Okay, then it tries to read in the state variable list, the item list, and the timer list, which is all going to be, it's all going to be stuff in here. Wait. Oh yeah, we just use UN16, fine. Yep. And I'm thinking of Python. UN16, list size, UN16, L size, UN32. We don't need the pointer. So we go, actually, no. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we can now go state variables equals, let's load stream timers. And then we'll, okay, and now this comes like the dodgy bit, which is stream.tell pause. Okay, and that's going to be target. Okay, and then we're gonna do like another function. God, this is messy. So we may as well just go like void state variable read string. Oh wait, no, it can't be a stream. Can't be a stream. It's got to be like all of the data loaded into memory. Jeez, okay. A difference from how we, because yeah, the original code doesn't operate on a stream. It operates on it like copies everything into a blob. Is there okay. How did I do it for virtual nightclub? That involves a bunch of loading things. Okay, that just reads. Okay. That just reads stuff. Oh, I get it. We will need to make a buffer. I see. Okay. So... Come on. Come on, please. Just tell me things. Tell me like actual methods on this stream. Oh, is it because I picked a generic name? If it's because I picked a generic name. How about now? Now will you tell me methods? No, you won't, because I mean the header file's there. Don't know why you're being so much of a pain in the ass about this. That's really annoying. Okay. The one area which I'd like some code completion. This is like streaks. Let's end a stream. Because there are some streams which don't technically have an end, but this one is, this is going to be from a file, so it should be, okay, yeah, there's like, yeah, because it's got, oh, it's size, okay, size is what we want. And that is in an int64, okay, sure. Common array byte data. Stream read. Oh my god, it's picking all the stuff which is useless. I vaguely recall it being how about just the word read? Got any of that? Read with a curly bracket? Okay, that uses, alright, that uses malloc. I guess we could use malloc. Malloc is an option, but it doesn't include like a length protection, which is kind of a problem. God. Yeah, okay. It's just, yeah. So it's just using like new or malloc or something. Yep, we use calloc, great. Fine. Whatevs. Data. Byte. Data equals calloc. stream size. Stream read data. Okay. Read you in 16, read you in 32. Oh, but that would have already advanced it. No, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling doing C++ like that tonight. It's... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to prototype exactly what I want in Python. And then... I don't know, spend an unpleasant hour or so off stream just banging my head and trying to figure out how to port this logic to here. But it's just... it's a bit of a slog now, and then even if we do that, we're not going to have like exactly everything that we need, and yeah, we're approaching where the end of the stream would be. So that doesn't seem like a good ending. That doesn't seem very rewarding. And I was hoping that we'd be able to kind of just do some more kind of rough prototyping and like figure out like what the deal is with like timers, for instance. Like, what the hell is with this get timer status? So, get timer status. And if we just pick... so we'll just do some rough probing here. Wheel TMS. There's a name. Wheel TMS inactive standard. Okay. And I guess like the same would be if you go like TMN interactive standard, and if you pick one that doesn't exist, bad timer. Okay. How about TMR 15 minutes? Alright, I guess, I mean, like, since this is part of the state which gets, you know, when you save a game, it'll just make a copy of the state file with all the stuff in it. I assume that these are used to track every possible timer that is happening in the game. And that gets, yeah, that just gets saved out with it. And what do we got? We got a pointer followed by 4 bytes of nothing, followed by this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Alright. Storm timer. Storm timer interactive random. Oh, is that used for like playing back the sound effect, maybe? Interesting, okay. And maybe that's why it kind of pulls back this rant. Like, some of the timers have like the opportunity for there to be like a range associated with it. So maybe this range is actually what it uses for the random portion of it, maybe. Okay, how about get, so we've got get timer status. How about get timer actions for timer? Yeah, as... Okay, that was a good guess, it turns out. Audio. On asynchronous, Thunder 2, timer, Storm timer, start. Okay, so it will play a sound effect and then it will start the Storm timer again. Interesting. So that means if we were to like switch to like timer 15 minutes, nothing. Okay, so could this be maybe like code, or is there some other state which is setting where the code attached to the timer is? I'm not sure. How about newspaper? Okay, nothing. So must be like a... Must be some kind of other game script which is setting that. And so we've got get act timer actions for timer, get timer status, load game state, get state variable. Oh, and there's like commit new position and get position or get current position. So if we, what string do we do if we go commit new position? RZU04 can't turn. Okay. Which I guess is like the start spot from lying on the operating table. Get timer status, get time actions for timer. One of these timers has got to be started. Dr. 06 on. Now they're all inactive. Okay, well, I don't think we're getting anywhere without Ghidra. And oh my god. Alright, maybe, okay, to bring this grinding to a halt, let's see if we can maybe figure out what Ghidra wants. It's probably going to be like the Java version being wrong. Yeah, it's going to be the Java version being wrong. God damn it. So say we do this, and then Okay, it's building. It's building now. But yeah, like here's, I think that yeah, like this here, I mostly kind of was able to figure out because from probing the which method it was, like get item location, which would then generate that that string, which we saw from before, containing all the stuff in it. You know what? Okay, while that goes on, given that we're kind of in an impasse here, was there anything left with Toyland? That's right, there was this memory leak. Let's have a quick squiz. Okay, so it's a, oh, that was like a bitmap cast member being created and destroyed issue. Oh, okay. So we call duplicate cast member, which then calls a raise cast member. But then we have a handle to the old cast member in update widgets, which we need to. Oh, there is, yeah. There is some code which is meant to scrub all this. I'm pretty sure. Like we have this, which then what? This feels dangerously like use after free. Cause that should just be a pointer to a cast member, which I don't get. I don't get why you'd have this. Okay. Right, so it's code from 2 years ago that I didn't write. Fix dereference after null check. But like this seems bad. Like this seems like if the movie were to just ditch the cast member, like this is just a pointer. This is just a pointer to whatever's there. So wouldn't that be worthless? Wouldn't that be gone? Like it's doing all this stuff. Feels bad. Feels bad. Like, we've got this stuff which is like... Wait, is that even... Okay, the use after free is somewhere else, but... Okay, what the hell even sets this flag? B arrays. Okay, B arrays will do that. So it's deferring... Oh my... Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, so it's defer. Okay, so what this is doing here, it is setting a flag on the cast member. It is then going through all the channels and marking them as dirty if they've got this cast ID associated with them. Okay, I can understand that. This needs to be swapped around, otherwise it's like straight up use after free. And then it's got this, which will try and wipe that pointer with whatever's correct. Okay. And then, but then like the issue that we've got is that when you erase the cast member, that's all good. But then when we get to update stage and update widgets, that won't necessarily be correct. Okay, and then that happened in duplicate cast member, which is separate to that. Okay. So probably in duplicate cast member. And then get score. I just want to see what score is. Oh no, it's underscore score. Okay, fine. So it should be like score refresh pointers for cast member ID. That was what I was thinking of. Target. It's gonna go ape on me because of Henry being in such disarray. Yep. What other changes we got? Got this junk involving film loops that we haven't really looked into. We've got... Oh, and the build failed. Great. Okay. Because it is missing something to do with the 68th. Okay, fine. Okay, let's see if we're gonna, if that fixes the crash when we go to the freeform block thing.
Now it's time for some fun freeform. Look at all these blocks.
It's working now. Ooh, you can mix and match. That's kind of nice. And I because you have like a limit of 48 different sprites, I imagine that if I were to just kind of keep picking stuff from here, it'll eventually start scolding me once I hit 48 objects. But it's got a good variety. How many are we up to? Surely we're up to like... How many channels we used? Oh, we've used a lot of them. It looks like we've... Hang on. It looks like we've used all of them. How can we... How is that possible? Hang on. Hang on. So this is channel 48. Okay, so channel 48 is whatever is... Oh, okay. And moving it off the board, it gets rid of it. Okay, so that's okay. So that's channel 40.
You'll have to drag a piece of clip art off the screen if you want to add any more.
There we go. We've hit the channel limit. Hey Jane, we are in the... Unfortunately, we got a bit derailed. We couldn't really get very far on Frankenstein because an important piece of tooling doesn't seem to be working on my desktop machine at the moment. So we can't really do very much. Oh, don't worry, we haven't really, we didn't get anywhere. We got pretty much nowhere. We've just been doing like bench testing to try and get the inner game stuff working. But yeah, so I'll have to do some more work off the stream before we can get further on that. But in effect, but yeah, like the rest of the stream is basically just trying to fix this this game for tiny people. And I think we're mostly there. Like, someone made this really nice bug report concerning the things that are broken. Oh, yeah, so sorry. The tool that wasn't working is a little piece of software called Ghidra, which is a reverse engineering tool by the NSA. Unfortunately, I have a special hacked up build which works on Macintosh, like old Macintosh binaries, and I was using it on my laptop to take apart the Frankenstein library, and it was working really well. Unfortunately, when I copied it over to this computer here, it was whinging that the version was the version that I was previously. I don't know. It couldn't open the file because the version was too old, despite the fact that it's exactly the same files, exactly the same everything. And then I kind of fell into the trap of thinking, oh, I'll just rebuild Ghidra, and then now it's just, I don't know, the build process is a bit, yeah. Some part of, I've screwed up some part of it. I'm not entirely sure what, but we'll have to see. I'll have one last go at building the, I did like a copy of exactly the files that are on my laptop, so we'll try doing a little build of that in the background. But in the meantime, while that's all kind of cooked and not working, we're just gonna check out the last little bits of this. So what do we do? We checked out the garage, that seemed to be working. We didn't check out any of the other bits. Like, what's okay, the train just makes a crash. That's not good. List arc should be of type array peer. Oh, okay, not good. Okay, it's building now. Maybe just my local copy of Ghidra was bad, but we'll see how that goes. All right, but going back to this.
Welcome to Toyland!
And then it was clicking up here, right? Which, oh no, that time it worked.
Mountain.
Maybe there was.
You'll flip over this one.
Maybe it was like after doing the block puzzle, which deleted a bunch of stuff.
Welcome to Flip Track Mountain. A fun place to learn about cars, trains, helicopters, and boats. I need some help delivering this present to its matching house.
Okay.
Click on the vehicle that will take it to where it belongs. The vehicles are the car, the train, the boat, and the helicopter. Remember, only the helicopter can pick up things on the mountain.
Okay. Thankfully, it stopped talking. Jane says, how do you pick which games you're going to work on? Do you mainly look for ones with good bug reports like this one? Children's media can be so unsettling. God, it can. It can absolutely be very unsettling. This one was actually like requested by someone who sent me a message. Yeah, I got to think of like a better option for requests, because I've got a few of those, and yeah, but yeah, sometimes it's, you know, obviously it does help to kind of like work on things that people want to use or want to
You need
play.
to choose a vehicle. You need to remember the vehicles are. You need to choose.
Okay, we'll pick the car.
You need to use a different vehicle.
What? You mean the house, which is right there next to the freeway on-ramp? Okay, I guess it wants me to use the train. Okay, go to the damn house. Now I understand. Okay, well that seems to be working. Thanks, patronizing blimp. Oh, Jane says, so you're a bit known as a go-to person for this kind of operation? I mean, I'm one of the I'm one of the maintainers of like the director backend for ScummVM, and I generally kind of, I don't know, I try and reach out to people in retro circles who are having issues with their director stuff as kind of the subject matter expert. So sometimes it's kind of nice to be able to share the process of kind of wading through a bunch of bugs, doing a little bit of reversing stuff on the stream. That's kind of, yeah. It's nice. It's nice to be able to just not do that sitting on the couch, glazed over, all the time.
I need some help delivering this yummy treat to its matching animal.
Okay, I've got this. So we
remember.
Okay, we've got to take a vehicle. Okay, so we've got the worm.
That's not where it belongs.
Come on.
That doesn't go there.
You could throw it over the side.
That doesn't go there.
Yes, it does. Oh my god. All right. Okay, I'm convinced. That's fine. No troubles there. Wait, hang on. There was a bit of a weird glitch.
Flip Track Mountain.
Oh god. Okay, please don't talk anymore.
I need some help delivering.
So if I click this. Okay, no, it just goes to the title screen for a frame. That's fine. I can live with that.
All-in-one kitchen center. Now you're cooking.
Now it's cookie time. Click on Baking with Bippity Bug if you want to bake with me. Click on Baking by Myself if you'd like to bake cookies by yourself.
Yeah, I'll give the bug a chance.
Let's go bake. Bippity bop bop to bippity bop.
Which I regret already.
Buddies. It's cooking time. Look at the recipe card.
I really wish Gidra was working.
You need to put each
So I didn't have
ingredient
to do
in the bowl
this.
in the same order as they're listed on the recipe card. You need sugar, flour, milk, vanilla, eggs, bippity boop bop to butter. Have fun.
Okay. Well, as we all know.
You need flour.
Now we need eggs.
You need flour. You need flour.
How about...
You need flour.
How's about
You
some...
need flour. You need flour.
Come on.
You need flour. You need flour. You need flour.
It buffers a lot of mouse clicks.
You need flour.
Fine.
Flour. 1, 2,
We're like, this is it? Alright.
Sugar, 1. Milk, 1. 2. You need an egg. 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 Eggs. 1. You need butter. Butter.
3 whole cube, like, oh my god, you're gonna get like, 3 whole sticks of butter is like diabetes territory, I'm pretty sure.
2.
Or at the very least, like some kind of cholesterol problem. And then we just... Sure.
1.
Pour in like an entire vanilla harvest. Why not?
2. 3. 4.
Yeah, that's alright to have one coffin.
Delicious. Now we can cut out our cookies.
The load there, just looking at it makes me nervous about my cholesterol level. And
Cookie in the same order as they're listed on the cookie cutting card. Just click on a cookie cutter and then click on the dough to cut out the cookie.
Alright, well, let's, weird sound effects, but okay. Let's just make a bunch of the most boring cookie imaginable.
Do you see the star-shaped cookie cutter?
Nope, I don't.
Do you see the star-shaped cookie cutter?
Wait. Yeah, so like, as far as I can tell, like, the main educational component of this game is obeying orders. It's all about just like, you have to do everything in the right order for it to make, to count. And that's fun. Else the game will scold you for not doing the right thing.
Excellent! Now we'll pop the cookies into the oven. They're done. Let's decorate. Buzz your eyes on over to the cookie decorating card to see how to decorate each cookie.
Yeah, got it. There's only one correct way to decorate a cookie. That's the takeaway. That's the thing that we're learning.
And stamp it where it belongs on the cookie.
Oh my god, yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, right, okay.
Try again. Look at the card carefully. These are the decorations you need.
I refuse. You... Okay.
Try again. Look at the card carefully.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Fine. We're stuck here forever, or at least until we give up the game. Until we put...
These are the decorations you need.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. You know what, in all honesty, if you're a child, this is probably amazing. You will love it. But... it's... I don't know, Don't get me wrong, sound effects, very good. Graphics, really nice pixel art. Actual kind of educational content, I think could be better. I think it's like just a little bit busy work. Oh, and we gotta decorate all three. Okay, we're done. No,
Now it's cookie.
Hey CSW, yeah, it's this is indeed from about like 1995, which I imagine would be kind of
cool.
Not Baxter. This is Fisher Price Learning in Toyland. Jane says, I think children like to be creative and explore. This game would have frustrated the heck me out of this kid. I mean, like, okay, despite my whinging, that was just baking with Bippity.
Have a blast baking your cookies. Bippity boop bop the bakety bam. Time to get mixing on some delicious cookies. Just click on the ingredients and put them in the bowl.
Okay.
As you do, the magic recipe card will show you what you have put in.
Oh, okay. So maybe this part of the game you have to
flour,
measure things properly.
milk,
Yeah, I know all this.
Eggs, and my favorite, bippity bop bop the butter. When you're all done, click on the spoon and I'll mix it up. Have fun.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Milk.
This we can add as much as we want. Okay, so we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sticks of butter, and
sugar. Sugar.
Okay.
Sugar. Sugar.
This is what you need for cookies, right?
Sugar.
Wonder what happens if you like run out of bowl space.
Sugar. Sugar.
Oh, and just a tiny bit of vanilla.
Super mixalicious. Now we can cut out our cookies.
Yeah, don't need flour, Sev. That's
Now, all you need to do is click on those cool cookie cutters. And then click on the dough.
Okay.
When you've cut out all the cookies you want, click on the spatula. And then you'll be ready to decorate.
Alright, good.
Click on the rolling pin if you want to start all over again.
Okay, this is more like it. Good enough.
Excellent.
Just throw that other dough away.
Now
It's fine.
we'll pop the cookies into the oven. They're done. Let's
I love
decorate.
grease
Time to
fires.
give these plain-looking cookies some pizzazz.
Okay, and now we get.
When you're done frosting your cookies, click on the decorate button.
Oh, this is
Then
frosting.
click on a decoration and you can stamp it anywhere on the cookie.
Okay.
A feast for your eyes, as well as bippity bop bop the belly. When you're done decorating your cookie, click on the next cookie button to decorate another. Click on the print button to print out
my
the
God.
cookie you've decorated.
Please don't put your cookies through your
Let's
inkjet
frost
printer.
the gingerbread
that'll
man.
just end bad. CSDW says, did you play Freddy Fish? No, I did not. However, I'm pretty sure ScummVM supports Freddy Fish, so maybe I've been meaning to. That's like one of the humongous entertainment games, right? I've been meaning to try that out. Anyway, so. Oh, okay. Ooh. Yeah, okay, so this is another. We were talking before, like in Director, you don't really have the ability to like paint to the screen, but you do have the ability to turn on Trails mode and drag sprites around. And unfortunately, we don't. There's like a certain part of the renderer which you can see here, like the transparent outline is currently filled in, whereas what it should be doing is just printing over whatever's already there. That's something that yeah, so unfortunately we can't, like, that breaks a number of games, including this one, Rodney's Fun Screen, and yeah, so it's a common tactic. I just need to have a little think about how we rejig drawing to let that happen. Anyway, that's fine.
Let's decorate the gingerbread man.
Yeah. And that's interesting that it also kind of... And yeah, like, because the stuff that we see in Trails mode isn't actually there, then I think because we switched scene, it just wiped it and went back to this. However, all of these decorations I'm pretty sure are just sprites, which are just sitting everywhere. So these will work fine. And then, assuming that we get off here, yeah, we can still move them around. Okay. There we go. Perfect.
Next, let's frost the star.
Oh, okay, and then you just have to do, like, every cookie in order?
Next, you've done a great job decorating your cookies. Bippity pop pop the bippity pop. The best cookie baker here is you. You take the cookie baking right to the top. Now you can feed us all cookies. Hey, Gotcha Gopher. Hey, Tic Tac Tony. Hey, little Snoopy. It's cookie time. Woof woof.
Oh, and we get to feed these ne'er-do-wells.
Hot diggity! I love cookies.
Yeah, well, you're not getting any. Here, this is for little Snoopy.
Thanks.
This is for little Snoopy too.
Thanks.
I think little Snoopy deserves one.
Thanks.
Yeah, another for little Snoopy.
These cookies are scrumptious.
For that compliment, you get a cookie, little Snoopy.
Thanks. They're so good.
And yeah, sorry in advance for your medical bill.
I love cookies.
And you know what, Tic Tac Tony, you get the last one.
Thank you.
Thanks for the cookies.
Okay. Alright, so the cooking's working, this is working, that's basically working.
All-in-one workshop.
The garage was
You
working.
hit the nail right on the head.
Oh yeah,
You like to build stuff? Well, now it's time for some treasure chest. Let's get busy. Here's how. Use
okay.
a drill to make holes wherever you see a black circle with a crisscross in it. Put a blue screw into each hole that you drill. Then use the screwdriver to push the screws into the wood.
Okay, this is definitely like a cut above, like,
black
in
crisscross.
terms of imagination.
Use the hammer to hammer the nails into the wood. Use the green vacuum cleaner to clean up the messy sawdust. Click on the telephone when you think you're done.
Okay. Can I just hit things with the hammer? No? Okay. How about if I just drill?
You can't drill there.
Why not?
You can't drill there.
Okay. The sound effect doesn't appear to be stopping for the drill, which is unfortunate. Or is it,
You can't drill there.
what do we do? Is it screws? Then we hammer them,
You need
right?
to use the screwdriver. You need to use the screwdriver.
Again with your rules. Then you gotta, like, click a bunch of times. Now the hammer? Oh, okay, fine.
You need a blue screw. You need a blue screw.
I wonder if this has a freeform mode too, because... Can I drill the screw?
You need to use the screwdriver.
Spoken like someone who's never had to remove a stripped screw head. Okay, fine. And then...
Check your project carefully.
Okay, we're gonna use the crud sucker to remove the swarf, and then...
Cool project.
What is it? Oh, it's a treasure chest.
Presenting live on stage, Spindrake, the magical saw. See this hammer? I'm gonna saw him in two. Ta-da! Look, you're as good as new.
Make up your own project. Ready for action! First thing you need to do is place your wood by clicking and dragging the pieces to where you want them.
Yeah.
Then, click on the tool card in the tool belt, and you can start hammering nails, drilling holes,
this is more
and
like it.
driving screws. Click on the New Project button to get a new pile of wood and start all over again. Click on the Print button to print out a picture of your nifty project.
Okay. Seth says, I'm amazed by how complex these environments are. We all know the internals of Director. And Jane says, oh, I don't know what the internals of Director are. That's entirely fair. So, Director gives you a few basic primitives. It gives you the ability... It gives you a timeline, which you can use for kind of like playing animations. And it gives you various, it gives you the ability to like draw bitmaps to the screen. It allows you to play sounds. It allows you to play QuickTime videos, and it gives you a scripting engine which allows you to kind of like do very basic kind of movement and adjustments of things. So that means that like there are certain things which it doesn't do particularly well, like collision detection is one of them. So if you think about like a normal game engine, like just like a platform game like Mario or whatever, like a large part of that is all about part of it is like keeping track of like things like where the position of the player and stuff like that, but another part of that is like measuring, like doing some kind of rudimentary physics, like keeping track of like everything in the world and ensuring that, gravity is pulling them down and like that it's moving at the right speed or with the right friction or whatever. Like Director, absolutely not suited for that. You're limited to 48 sprites on the screen, and you can do like some basic tests to see if like things are overlapping, but it's not really the kind of fine-grained control that you need in order to do like a complicated game engine. But anyway, essentially like the primitives and the scripting stuff that you get is good for a certain type of game. Like it does fit very well into kind of like multimedia, kids activity centers and multimedia projects and stuff like that. But as soon as you kind of need something which requires like high performance or low level, like real low level management of either state or, like managing state or tracking exact things that are happening on the screen, that becomes a problem. But this is, I'd say this is definitely pushing the envelope a little bit. It doesn't use any custom... Actually, no, I take that back. It does use custom libraries in that, like, you see that print button over there? That print button uses a custom library to take a screenshot of basically what's happening and then send that to the Windows printer driver or whatever, which we don't currently implement. So if I just hit print. Yeah, it'll just do nothing because we don't have that implemented. But like the rest of the stuff here, like this, you know, each of these is just sprites that have like scripts that let you drag them around and do things like playback, playback sound cues and such. And so if I were
to click on the tool card to use the tools, it's tool time.
Don't ever say that again. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think what happens is that once you have to like lay out the pieces first, and then you click the tool card, at which point everything becomes fixed, and then you can like start like screwing and hammering. But then that saves like the whole hassle of like, well, how do you kind of manage collision when you have like two shapes that are overlapping each other and they've got a screw through them and stuff like that. So it's yeah, kind of basic, but you know, it looks cool, and I'm sure that if you're the intended age, you'd get this definitely will get a kick out of it.
Big Action Garage.
Did this work or did this crash?
Building cars is go, go,
Oh no, it's the car building one. Yeah, we did do this. Yep, just load in 1 billion points into Lingo. And it's gonna take a while because I've got debug switched on.
If you want me to help
there
you.
There we go. Debug flag. Disable Lingo exec.
Build cars, click on Gear Up.
No, we did that before. This one we haven't tried.
Talking Smart Street, there's learning in every step you take.
Okay.
9, 8, 5, 7, 4, 3, 2, 8, 6, 0.
Okay, so this is just essentially like one of the Fisher-Price
3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, not 10, 1 o'clock.
B
K
O
U
Mail. Letters.
Six, 5, 1.
Music shop, have we got a show for you? Come check us out.
It's like a reasonable amount of interactivity here, just off the bat. Like you can click on all these things and stuff happens.
These eggs never seem to hatch. Maybe I'm not doing this right.
Oh. What else we got?
2, 1, 0.
Shape shop. You'll go ape. There's so many shapes.
God, I could do some shapes right now. Yep. Okay, I'm content that that's working. What are the other things that were issues? There was the kitchen, which we fixed. Coloring, which we fixed. Building blocks, which we fixed. And then crafts. Did we fix crafts?
3-in-1 creativity table. Let your imagination run wild. Hiya, feeling crafty? Then it's time for the crafts. I love to make things.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. So this is actually a place where you might actually want to print it out because it's a thing.
First, use the glitter
Oh.
by clicking on the
Wait,
sparkles you
hang on.
want and click and drag it around the screen.
Why did it just kind of ricochet to the next screen? Shouldn't be doing that.
First,
Yeah.
First, use the glitter by clicking on the sparkles you want and click and drag
So, in another part,
it around. 3-in-1 creativity table.
so like the block screen, we fixed a bug where because the scripts were being loaded in a separate cast, they weren't what's it called? There's like a start movie script, which is like the very first thing that's meant to be run, and it wasn't being found. But now it is, which means you can actually play this game. But I'm concerned that maybe something similar is happening in this one. Debug, flag, enable lingo exec.
Then it's time for the crafts. First, use the glitter by clicking on the sparkles you want.
Okay, so switching to movie, loading crafts.dir. Yeah, okay, that's not good. So Ben-Hur done that crafts. Doesn't seem to be calling the start movie script, which would be exactly the same issue that we had in the other one.
And drag it.
So funks. Honestly, yeah, this game must have been a lot of backbreaking work to wire up all of these sprites to the thing. Oh my god, alright, and how many? So we've got 3 casts. Cast 1, which has this stuff in it. Cast 2, which has nothing. And cast 3, which also has nothing, which I think is a lie. I think there should be something in here. So maybe, okay, maybe the fix that I put in for the other one wasn't quite correct. What's the movie? Crafts.dir, fine. Project arrays, decompile. Here, dump scripts. Run media, Toyland files, crafts.dir. Oh. Yep, it is exactly the same problem. Except I didn't do a good job. I didn't do a good job of fixing it. So, start movie file. Oh my god, really? Okay. Start movie files crafts.dir. Oh dear god, alright, it's getting real. This is way too many. This thing here. So So this is the line of code which pulls in all of the compiled scripts, and I'm guessing that like this assumption that I made here was bad. B cast.cvp 719. Yeah, we'll see if we can sort this out, and then I think we'll wrap up for the night. It's getting a bit late. Oh, and I realized it's Friday tonight. Like normally it's Thursday, and I gotta get up for work for tomorrow. But technically we're good. Okay. So we have, okay, this is the shared cast, which quite honestly don't care about. Yeah, so there's like this parent index stuff up here, which I think is meant to be the key. Right. Okay, and this is in cast lib number 2, which again we don't really care about. Was there another? Oh, okay. Here's the big one. Here's the big one. LCTX. Right. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's a problem. So we've got one here that's in 1024, and then another one here which is in LCTX. Oh, sorry, in 1025. But that technically does not line up with the numbering. The numbering that I was expecting. But we have, like, CAS. Which means... Okay, yeah, I'm making a bad assumption. Okay, there's this cast lib infos thing. Oh, Jane says, by director do you mean Adobe Director? Because after you described it, I thought it sounded semi-familiar. I used it briefly once to make an animation, but that would obviously barely even scratch the surface of what it can do. Yes, this is Adobe Director, or rather what became Adobe Director in, yeah. Originally it was Macromedia Director, and before that Macromind Director, but yeah, that's what this is. We're trying to make an open source player for that. Cause yeah, there's thousands of things which use it, thousands of things which can't be, which need like an emulator, like, and therefore, I don't know. Essentially, like if something is only playable if you have a very, complicated Mac emulator setup or like a Windows emulator setup, it's basically dead. No one, there's a small handful of sickos who can get to that stuff easily, but the majority of people, it's just not happening. It's definitely not something that you can like put it up for sale, for instance. So that's so part of this means that we can hopefully reintroduce more people to this stuff, to these wonderful products. Okay, now the issue here, right, is that we have there's like a very complicated like resource tree in the RIFX file for Director. And the trouble is that we have two of these LCTX blocks, one for each cast, and this contains all of the scripts. And I thought that it was just a case of like, you could take the library number and add it to this. So like 1024, 1025, 1026. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be a little bit more, there seems to be some other kind of mapping going on. Like there's a cinf, there's a cast info block. Oh, what am I freaking... Yeah, okay, so how do we get cast info blocks? And we just replicate whatever the hell we're doing for that. CI. So we just get the resource ID list, which loads in all of the cast lib infos. Oh, okay. It just ignores the parent. It ignores the parent for that. Okay, great. Because this is important. Or rather, like, it's important that we be able to like tell between what cast is what. Really? We don't have a thing for CAS, CAS. Oh no, we do. It's an archive. Okay, so it passes this for each library. And for that it uses, okay, that takes into account the library offset. But that's also not true. That isn't true. Because this, okay. Yeah, right, so the whole code has got this problem. The code has this assumption that this minus this is going to be the cast lib ID, but it is not. This is just the internal, whatever the internal index is for whatever cast lib it is. Which I'm not sure is something that we separately track. And we're probably not going to get that. Probably not going to get that fixed tonight, but honestly, given how much other stuff is working, we're basically just down to one minigame in here, which is like the crafts minigame. That's basically it. Everything else working pretty damn well. But but yeah, obviously that would, by extension, technically this is also broken because this is the same problem as crafts. I just haven't figured out like what the deal is there. But yeah, I think off stream I'll see if we can get that patched up. But yeah, I'm probably going to leave it there because it is 1 AM and that is probably as good a time as any to have some dinner. who is on? Who is on and doing things, doing this tonight? Raid channel. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna kick you all over to a good Pete, who is currently making some horrific art for his Twitch channel. Which, anyway, it's yeah, it's a, I don't know. The thumbnail didn't look too frightening, so that sounds, yeah, that sounds like a good a bet as any. Anyway, sorry, my brain is kind of packing it at the end of the day. I will try and figure out why Ghidra isn't working on this damn machine, and because I really want to show off like some actual reverse engineering stuff, which, you know. And yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll try and get some more Frankenstein working. But thank you again for watching, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. See ya.